If you want a glimpse of Marie Curie's manuscripts, you'll have to sign a waiver and put on protective gear to shield yourself from radiation contamination. Madame Curie's remains, too, were interred in a lead-lined coffin, keeping the radiation that was the heart of her research, and likely the cause of her death, well contained. Growing up in Warsaw, in Russian-occupied Poland, the young Marie, originally named Maria Sklodowska, was a brilliant student, but she faced some challenging barriers. As a woman, she was barred from pursuing higher education, so, in an act of defiance, Marie enrolled in the Floating University, a secret institution that provided clandestine education to Polish youth. By saving money and working as a governess and tutor, she eventually was able to move to Paris to study at the reputed Sorbonne. There, Marie earned both a physics and mathematics degree, surviving largely on bread and tea and sometimes fainting from near starvation. In Paris, Marie met the physicist Pierre Curie, who shared his lab and his heart with her. But she longed to be back in Poland. Upon her return to Warsaw, though, she found that securing an academic position as a woman remained a challenge. All was not lost. Back in Paris, the lovelorn Pierre was waiting, and the pair quickly married and became a formidable scientific team. Another physicist's work sparked Marie Curie's interest. In 1896, Henri Becquerel discovered that uranium spontaneously emitted a mysterious X-ray-like radiation that could interact with photographic film. Curie soon found that the element thorium emitted similar radiation. Most importantly, the strength of the radiation depended solely on the element's quantity and was not affected by physical or chemical changes. This led her to conclude that radiation was coming from something fundamental within the atoms of each element. The idea was radical and helped to disprove the long-standing model of atoms as indivisible objects. Next, by focusing on a super radioactive ore called pitchblende, the Curies realized that uranium alone couldn't be creating all the radiation. So, were there other radioactive elements that might be responsible? In 1898, they reported two new elements: polonium, named for Marie's native Poland, and radium, the Latin word for ray. They also coined the term radioactivity along the way. By 1902, the Curies had extracted 1/10 gram of pure radium chloride salt from several tons of pitchblende, an incredible feat at the time. Later that year, Pierre Curie and Henri Becquerel were nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics, but Marie was overlooked. Pierre took a stand in support of his wife's well-earned recognition. And so both of the Curies and Becquerel shared the 1903 Nobel Prize, making Marie Curie the first female Nobel laureate. Well-funded and well-respected, the Curies were on a roll. But tragedy struck in 1906 when Pierre was crushed by a horse-drawn cart as he crossed a busy intersection. Marie, devastated, immersed herself in her research and took over Pierre's teaching position at the Sorbonne, becoming the school's first female professor. Her solo work was fruitful. In 1911, she won yet another Nobel, this time in chemistry for her earlier discovery of radium and polonium, and her extraction and analysis of pure radium and its compounds. This made her the first, and to this date only, person to win Nobel Prizes in 2 different sciences. Professor Curie put her discoveries to work, changing the landscape of medical research and treatments. She opened mobile radiology units during World War I and investigated radiation's effects on tumors. However, these benefits to humanity may have come at a high personal cost. Curie died in 1934 of a bone marrow disease, which many today think was caused by her radiation exposure. Marie Curie's revolutionary research laid the groundwork for our understanding of physics and chemistry, blazing trails in oncology, technology, medicine, and nuclear physics, to name a few. For good or ill, her discoveries in radiation launched a new era, unearthing some of science's greatest secrets.
Good afternoon, honored and distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. As director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Slovakia, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to our already third annual Women in Business Conference. This year we will focus on women in STEM. I'm a father of a 4-year-old girl, and I keep asking myself the following questions. As a parent, what should I do so that my daughter is not discouraged when some people tell her that math or coding is not for girls? As a society, what should we do so that our young, talented girls can apply their talent and pursue careers in science and technology without being forced to emigrate like Marie Curie Sklodowska had to from Poland to France? And finally, what private companies should do so their young, talented female employees can fully realize their potential without constantly facing a dilemma whether to focus either on family or career. Now that we have prepared for you today several excellent debates with the lineup of fantastic speakers who will, together with us, look for the answers to similar questions, so that we have more positive examples of Marie Curie Sklodowska, Christine Lagarde, Kristalina Georgieva, or Michaela Musilova, and of course, Zuzana Čaputová. Now, without further ado, let me give the floor to our first honored speaker, Her Excellency, President of the Slovak Republic, Zuzana Čaputová. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Vážený pán výkonný riaditeľ Americkej obchodnej komory na Slovensku, vážené účastníčky a účastníci konferencie. Predovšetkým mi dovoľte, aby som ocenila samotnú tému podujatia – ženy vo vede a inováciách. Slovensko práve v čase pandémie COVID-19 ukázalo, že má špičkových vedcov a vedkyne. Nielen z hľadiska ich odbornosti, ale aj ochoty angažovať sa v prospech spoločnosti. Presvedčila som sa o tom vďaka konzultáciám, na ktoré som ich pozývala, keď som chcela z prvej ruky počuť expertné stanoviská k zložitým otázkam boja proti pandémii. Pre každú spoločnosť je dôležité, aby dokázala naplno využiť svoj potenciál, aby využila všetky svoje talenty v ich rozmanitosti. Nemôžeme si preto dovoliť nezapojiť do pokroku vo vede a technológiách vzdelané a nadané ženy. Je síce pravda, že naše ženy nejako nezaostávajú v dosahovaní vysokoškolského vzdelania. Práve naopak, tvoria väčšiu časť absolventov univerzít. Ale keď sa na kariéry žien a mužov pozrieme niekoľko rokov po získaní diplomu, vidíme rozdiely, ktoré sú v neprospech žien. Pod túto skutočnosť sa podpisuje množstvo okolností, niektoré sú výsledkom osobnej voľby, mnohé však majú podobu objektívnych bariér. Niektoré sú prirodzené, ako materstvo, starostlivosť o deti, iné však nie sú oprávnené. Mám na mysli najmä stále prítomné stereotypy a predsudky, ktoré ženy, na škodu nás všetkých, odsúvajú z kariérnych dráh. Dámy a páni, vaša dnešná konferencia si kladie viacero otázok. Čo môže štát urobiť, aby viac podporil kariéry dievčat a žien v prírodných, technických a lekárskych vedách? Ako firmy motivujú dievčatá, aby tieto disciplíny považovali za svoje budúce povolanie? Je duálne vzdelávanie win-win modelom pre firmy aj pre ženy? Želám vám, aby ste na tieto i ďalšie otázky nielen našli odpovede, ale aby sme ich dokázali uplatniť aj v praktickom živote. Aby sa rodový rozdiel v zastúpení žien vo vedeckých povolaniach nielen znižoval, ale úplne stratil. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the American Chamber of Commerce in the Slovak Republic to the third edition of the Women in Business Conference. My name is Barbara Jagušák, and I am not a scientist, I am not an engineer or an IT specialist. However, I am a moderator, and I am very glad that I can host this wonderful event and uncover some of the untold stories of women in science and technology. Marie Curie and her life story is very inspirational for all women who want to become scientists, engineers, IT specialists, or who want to pursue a career in the STEM field. At the beginning of the 20th century, women, however, were discriminated against, and their achievements were often overlooked. But I was thrilled when I looked at the list of the Nobel Prize winners, because 3 women last year were awarded a Nobel Prize in physics and chemistry. Andrea Ghez for the discovery of a supermassive compact object at the center of our galaxy, Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer A. Douda for the development of a method for genome editing. And this fills me with joy and with hope because I believe that despite our cultural stereotypes, women are great and can perform extremely well in STEM fields when they get a chance to prove it. It is my great honor to welcome one of such STEM superstars, our astrobiologist, Dr. Michaela Musilova, PhD, the director of simulated Martian and lunar missions at the High Seas Research Station in the USA. Aloha.
Aloha, everyone. Greetings from Hawaii. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I just actually came back to Earth today. I have been on simulated missions to the Moon and Mars, actually 5 in a row since the beginning of this year, since January. So it's good to be back on Earth. And so today I would like to tell you, at least briefly, my life story, what got me to where I am today, some challenges along the way, and some lessons learned as well. So if you could please bring up my slides. And you'll have a better idea of where I work. Okay. So the station you can see in the image there is this white dome. It's located on the volcano Mauna Loa in Hawaii at approximately 2,500 meters in altitude. We live and work there as if we were on the Moon or Mars. Only 6 people in a small dome of 12 meters. We're locked in there sometimes for weeks up to a year, depending on the mission and the goal of the mission. And I'm the director of this facility, and I've also been the commander of almost 30 simulated missions to the Moon and Mars. And this all started actually when I was a little girl. You can see in the picture on the top left, when I was 8 years old, I decided that I would love to become an astronaut if that were possible. And actually, one of the reasons I chose this dream was that I met the first Slovakian cosmonaut, Ivan Bela, and the last man to walk on the moon, Gene Cernan, who has Czechoslovak heritage. And even at that age, I thought to myself, why aren't there more female astronauts? I mean, surely we are able to do similar great things in space. And that was in a way a motivation for me to, okay, let's see if I can prove to the world that, women can do this too. But it was also a big passion of mine. I had always wanted to do astrobiology, so trying to find life in space, basically aliens. And so you can see in some of the pictures or some of the different studies I did along the way, because astrobiology is a multidisciplinary science. So I combined geology, you can see in the bottom left picture, astrophysics in the top right picture, and I did that at University College London. It wasn't easy to get there. I had to apply to get as many scholarships as I possibly could, and even that wasn't enough money to finance my studies. I had 3 different jobs along the way to support myself. Even that wasn't enough. I would apply to every single charity there was in the UK and Slovakia, and I'm very grateful that I had a lot of help along the way. And eventually I was able to get a scholarship to study at Caltech, which at the time was the best university in the world. And that's where I finally got to add biology to my studies. And you can see some examples of me doing biology work in the picture on the bottom right. And it was from Caltech that I found out that there was someone doing astrobiology research at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Los Angeles as well. And so I did everything possible to get a research grant to be able to work there myself. It was very complicated because as an international student, I didn't have a right to work at NASA at the time. So we had to find a special way of getting in, a special research grant, all these extra permits. But because I was very dedicated and I had all these ideas for research projects that I could work on, it ultimately worked out. And I was actually involved with the project of the Curiosity rover, a part of the Mars Science Laboratory mission. You can see that in the picture in the middle. And actually, at the time when I was at JPL, they were preparing the rover in clean rooms, as you can see in the picture on the bottom right. And my research was actually focusing on life that could accidentally be transported to Mars or elsewhere in the solar system. So in those clean rooms where they prepare the rovers, you can see in that picture, everyone's wearing outfits that we're all familiar with these days during the pandemic, protective equipment so that human microbes don't get into the different rovers. They try to minimize the kind of microbes that could be transported to other planets, but despite all the best efforts, there's still some microbes that do survive the journey to Mars and elsewhere in the solar system. And we were trying to see if they could survive the conditions on Mars as well. That was part of my research. And as a reward, I could actually put my signature into the Curiosity rover, which is on Mars today. So that was definitely a wonderful reward at the end of that research. And after that, I had to go back to the UK, mostly for visa reasons. I was able to get a PhD grant to do my PhD at the University of Bristol in the UK. I'm noticing my slides aren't moving. I don't know if there's some problem with the connection from the other side of the world. I may need assistance. There we go. Okay, thank you. And I focused more on these so-called extremophiles, these extreme life forms that survive in all sorts of conditions on Earth. For example, in the picture, you can see me in Greenland studying what life survives on the surface of the glacier. And then we can look for similar extreme life forms elsewhere in the solar system, for example, on Mars, where the conditions are equally extreme. Or as you can see in the picture on the left, there's a picture of Jupiter's moon Europa, which is covered in ice. And if we were to find some life there, it would be similar to what lives on glaciers today. And this research also actually brought me to my first simulated mission to Mars in 2013. Oops, sorry, that was a jump. In 2013, there was selection of the first British crew to do a simulated Mars mission. At the time, I was doing my PhD in the UK, and I suggested 3 different types of research projects that we could perform at the Mars Desert Research Station in Utah in the US. And all 3 of my research projects were selected, and I was selected as a crew member as part of that crew. And I actually applied my PhD research during the simulated mission. In particular, I was trying to see if these extreme life forms, so-called extremophiles, could be used to fertilize soils on Mars. So basically, to use their ability to survive in extreme conditions to create organic matter that we could use to grow plants on Mars or in other environments around the Earth where the nutrients are limited in the soil. And after the success of this mission, a few years later, I was selected as the commander of another mission at the Mars Desert Research Station. And eventually in 2018, I was selected to be part of a NASA mission in Hawaii at the HI-SEAS facility that I'm now the director of. And at first, it was just meant to be an 8-month-long mission that I was one of the participants in. Unfortunately, we encountered some problems along the way, but I persevered. I got to know the owner of the station. I suggested different types of research that he could perform at the station since the problems made it be that we couldn't do the previous types of missions that used to take place at HI-SEAS. And the owner of the station really liked my ideas. He thought it was a good idea to change the way the missions were run. And ultimately, he offered me the position as director. So I've been the director of HI-SEAS for almost 3 years now. I've been the commander of almost 30 analog missions. And my big goal as the director of the facility was to open it up to the world so that it wasn't just NASA that was doing research there, but space agencies and space organizations all around the world can take part in these missions. Also, I wanted to make sure more women would feel welcome and to be a part of these analog missions. Also people from minorities and different groups that were underrepresented. And I'm very grateful to say that now, after a few years of doing this work, we're actually getting more and more women applying. Actually, over the last year, it's been a majority of crew members have been female, and we've had a lot of minority groups represented. So I'm very glad that part of my goal at HI-SEAS is being fulfilled. And just to give you a quick idea of some of the things we do at HI-SEAS, sorry, my clicker again doesn't seem to be working. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay. Part of my research is continuing looking at these life forms, these extreme life forms, extremophiles, but this time in caves, lava caves, as you can see in the pictures there. There are these caves that form during volcanic eruptions. We know they exist on the moon and Mars. And on Mars, we hope to find life there, but on the moon, humans could actually live inside these caves. If you look at the pictures, some of them are really big that we could actually build a small research station inside. And I've set up a collaboration with NASA to focus on both of these aspects some more. And then the other thing I really work on a lot is outreach and educational work. You can see in the pictures, I work with different media groups. Last year, for example, a documentary called Space Drop came out where we're trying to explain what we do to the public in an approachable way. I also organize competitions in different parts of the world, including Slovakia, for example, the Mission to Mars competition, where high school students get to design an experiment, and the winning team's experiment I perform during a mission. And you can see in the picture on the bottom right, I'm holding up hair and some weird liquid. It's actually an experiment that Slovakian high school students designed where we dissolve human hair in special chemicals, and we use it as fertilizer to grow plants on during missions. So students have really amazing ideas, and I'm very glad I get to implement them during my missions. And here are my contact details, and in case you would like to know more about my research. And in conclusion, first of all, well, thank you for your attention, and hopefully my story can be of interest to you. So just to summarize, and maybe you can move the slides away again, just for my conclusion. I think some of the main lessons learned during my career so far, I'm still building my career in many ways, is first of all, it's really important to persevere. There's always going to be obstacles along the way. Don't let yourself be put off. Keep going, whether it's because there's discrimination against women, minorities, people from foreign countries, things like that. There are fortunately always a lot of good people out there that can help you. So I would say lesson number 2, don't hesitate to ask for help. I have gotten to where I am today because I have asked so many people for help, whether charities, professors, other people who encouraged me. Even words of encouragement can really go a long way. So it's important to not think that you have to do everything yourself or that you're alone in the world to face all your problems. And finally, as a woman, many times it felt that people would abuse the fact that I'm very empathetic. And I was almost convinced that empathy was a weakness. But I actually found out along the way that empathy is extremely important in all parts of life, but even in my line of work, for example, the reason I've been able to be the commander of so many missions and the director of this facility, and I've also been a CEO, chair of an organization. I'm a professor as well. And I'm able to do all these jobs and work with people from all around the world because I'm empathetic, because I try and understand how everyone feels. I try to understand their point of view. I have patience with them if I can tell that there's something wrong. Maybe they're going through some personal problems. And so empathy can actually be the key to success as a woman in sciences, but in every part of life. So it's just important sometimes when people may make it seem that some things that are, say, more feminine or a weakness, that actually, if you work it the right way, it can be a key to success. So hopefully that was useful to you. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Hi, Michaela. That was wonderful. Peheoe. I learned the phrase in Hawaii yesterday.
Nice. Thank you. And then good job on the Hawaiian.
Thank you. I looked even on a video on YouTube how to pronounce the phrase. So how are you, Michaela? What's the time in Hawaii at the moment?
It is 1 a.m. right now.
Wow.
So I'm a little bit tired. I actually drove down to Earth only a few hours ago. We finished our simulated lunar mission about 6 hours ago, and then I had to drive down from the top of the volcano down to where I live. So a bit tired, but excited to be part of this event.
Thank you very much for being part. I have 3 questions because I'm a great fan of yours. What would the world be impoverished without astrobiology? If we didn't have astrobiology, what would be
things.
missing in the world?
So astrobiology, the beauty of it is that it's a multidisciplinary science, and we study everything from how life originated on Earth to whether there is life elsewhere, but also whether we as humans could live somewhere outside of Earth. And so in many ways, astrobiology is a very inspiring study. It makes us, a lot of us look at the stars and wonder what else is out there. So it helps kind of answer those questions we've always had as humanity. Mm-hmm. It brings people together all around the world because we have to work together, people from all sorts of countries and backgrounds, to do this research. And it brings a lot of positive things to our everyday life. For instance, the experiment that I mentioned of being able to fertilize soil using extremophiles or even human hair, all those things are applicable on Earth and can help life on Earth be better. So I believe it's very useful in many ways to us humans on Earth.
Have you ever encountered any type of discrimination just because you are a woman?
Yes, most of my life in different ways. I would say at first it was when I was only a student. I would have to work much harder and get much better grades than my fellow male colleagues, just so that my professors would take me seriously. That also happened in my first jobs. I would really have to work extra hard to prove myself. But at least in the UK and the US, once I got a certain level, I got my PhD, I got publications in Nature Geoscience, presented at a number of conferences. I, let's say, earned their respect, and then to this day, I am valued as a person. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, when I came back to Slovakia a few years ago, I encountered that a lot, where I was undermined, and I think probably my age and being female was part of it, where all my successes were questioned. And I believe it was one of the reasons why I wasn't able to get many research grants in Slovakia, and I encountered a lot of problems along the way. And many times it was even said that it was because of who I was, really.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. But luckily now you are in the USA and you are leading the simulations to Mars. And I noticed that you have always a mixed team when doing such a simulation. That means you have either 2 women and 2 men on board, or 3 women and 3 men on board. What's the reason for that?
I found that the more diverse the groups, the better. We work together better. We can share our perspectives. Everyone has a different point of view. And the more mixed the crew is in terms of gender, background, nationality, and so on, the more interesting the mission is, the better we're at problem solving. Because if you have a different perspective on something, you can always find a way to solve a problem more easily in a more creative way, rather than if everyone is the same, they all think the same way, and then it's much more difficult to find a solution to problems. So actually in the last year and a half, I've had mostly crews where it was 4 women, 2 men, and I've even had several all-female crews as well. But my preference is mixed crews.
Thank you very much. And last question. Being locked up in a small space for 8 months during a simulation must be very stressful. So who is coping better with the stressful situations? Women or men, from your experience?
It is really difficult to tell. I can't say that, there's a general rule where men or women are better at certain things. I think if anything, it's not really gender that differentiates crew members, it's age and therefore experience. The more experienced the crew member, the better they are at coping with different problems, at working as a team. So I've found, I worked really well with crews where I was the only woman, the rest were men. I've also worked really well with crews where it was all women. So I would say really that there is no difference there between men and women. It's more how experienced you are, how good you are at communicating, and how empathetic you are. Empathy, as I mentioned before, is really vital for good human relations.
Yeah, as you said, the key to success. Thank you very much for the interview. I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope to see you sometime in Bratislava maybe. All the best and good night.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a great rest of your conference. Take care. Aloha.
Aloha. So we are very grateful that Michaela shared her life story with us, and we will continue with the first panel discussion, which will discuss the female representation in the STEM workforce. Stay tuned. In our first public panel discussion, we will take a closer look at the female representation in the STEM workforce. We will discuss whether women are facing barriers when entering, progressing, and retaining in STEM fields. And we will also look at the strategies what could state introduce in our educational system to encourage women and support them throughout their way. And we will also touch upon the pay gaps and whether entering STEM field can be viewed as a means of equal salary. So I am very glad to welcome our panelists. Hi, Mr. Ludovít Paulis, the State Secretary of Ministry of Education. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Mrs. Zuzana Krištúfková, epidemiologist and a member of the consortium of experts. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Michal Vašečka, sociologist, representative of the Slovak Republic in the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance in the human rights body of the Council of Europe. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
And finally, our last panelist who is connecting with us remotely, Mrs. Rumiana Stojlova, Research Associate at the Martin Center for European Studies, Professor at Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, and a board member of the Bulgarian Center of Women in Technology. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, women have made tremendous progress in education and at the workplace during the last 50 years. Even in historical fields like business, law, and medicine, female are well represented. But it seems that the progression in STEM fields is a little bit slower. So why are less women becoming scientists and engineers? Mr. Vašečka.
Oh, am I the
first? We'll start with you. Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, we are sitting here discussing women's representation in science and technology. And obviously, I'm not a woman, so I should justify somehow that I'm here. And I promise I will be kicking balls, on behalf of women here. Okay. First of all, let's try to operationalize situation in the European Union. As far as I know, 59% of all scientists in the European Union are men, 41 are women. So there is a visible discrepancy, which of course cannot be justified easily because, let's say in mathematics, physics, alumni of various universities, men are overrepresented. But in case of chemistry and many other, even IT, it's basically 50-50. So obviously there is some problem of maybe discrimination, maybe overlooking, maybe of structural reasons. So let me just name a few of them. First of all, in every society there are certain patterns of behavior which are being reproduced over generations. They cannot be changed during a night. And in many countries, and Slovakia is a very good example of it, simply you have certain parochial civic culture which is traditional, which sees women in certain position, and simply it's difficult to change it in one or even two generations. And of course there is a progress, but it's taking time. Secondly, there are structural reasons. To work as a scientist, it requires to work long hours. Sometimes women have difficulties to arrange it because of structural reasons. Of course, it's not their fault, but simply they have a problem with that. There might be the problem of necessity of no discontinuity, and just one maternal leave, and suddenly there is a visible discontinuity in your career. And Lastly, of course, there is a discrimination, as it was mentioned by Michael already, which is sometimes not seen, which is not very visible. It's about encouragement or discouragement in the primary school, in the secondary school. Women sometimes are overlooked. You cannot be good in physics, in mathematics. So, of course, they are listening to it, and somehow, they take it for granted. Mm-hmm. And speaking about discrimination, and I know that I'm speaking too much, as a sociologist, I know how perception of discrimination looks like in the European Union. Mm-hmm. There are countries, such as Sweden, Netherlands, many others in the so-called Western Europe, where people are perfectly aware of the fact that certain groups in a society are discriminated against, and women are among them. But then there are countries, such as Slovakia, or I can name many other countries from Central and Eastern Europe, where people are simply not aware of it. Mm-hmm. And if you don't see certain problem, of course it cannot be solved. Yeah. First of all, you have to have that recognition of the problem. And we are still just very slowly moving to the moment when we are ready and able to recognize the problem.
Thank you very much. It would be great to hear also your opinion, Rumiana, since you are also a sociologist in Bulgaria. So what is your take on it?
Okay. First of all, I want to say that Eastern European countries, post-communist countries, have good positions concerning women in science and technology. And I want to give example with my country, with Bulgaria, because Bulgaria is really placed very high, actually on first place, on the number of women studying in ICT. 34%, where average for Europe is 17%. And in employed women in ICT sector, 27% in Bulgaria, and the average is 16%. So we're reporting negative results for Bulgaria in many comparisons. I wish to say that in gender equality we have good results. There are different reasons for this, and one of the reason is that we have previous experience with many women in engineering, even in the communist time. And all these women experience really broken careers because in the 90s we have privatization and closure of many non-competitive factories, and this shift, global shift from industry to services. But anyway, we have very convincing role models for women in business and on leadership positions. I can perhaps mention a few names in this respect from the generation of women from the socialist time, like the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Mrs. Kristalina Georgieva, or the Director General of the Eurostat. This is not only the first Bulgarian Director General of Eurostat, but this is the first lady on this position. So we have enough role models, and there are different barriers which I want to discuss in this first part of our conference. I want to give some quotations from an attitude survey among nanoscale quantum optics scientists. The first question and the main question was about the opinion of men and women for the question, what do you believe is the single most important factor in the lack of gender equality in the area of nanoscale quantum optics? And here the first difference is in the answer between men and women. The most popular choice for men was a lack of uptake at undergraduate level. Mm-hmm. In contrast, only 6% of women felt this was the most important reason. The second difference, very important in my view, is between early career and senior researcher. 50% of early career women believe that the implicit bias is the most important issue for the underrepresentation of women. One of the important interventions they see in this direction is that not only universities and companies, but also funding bodies and professional bodies take account and when they see discrimination towards young career women, they have to prevent this. And the perception at an unequal environment at conferences. Mm-hmm. Another difference I recognize as very interesting is between senior women and men. Well, 23% of senior women felt that the general environment for women was unfriendly. Only 1% of senior men, their peers, senior men, felt that this was the most important reason.
Thank you very much. So we wrapped up the reasons, but I would like to come back to our educational system, because in elementary, middle, and high schools, girls and boys take math and science classes to, the same extent, and the same happens also at the college level. But in studies, was found that less women are taking the majors such as physics and chemistry, for example. So why are we losing these female applicants? What's maybe the main reason for that? Could you please explain it?
Well,
Mr. Pallis?
I cannot, because I don't know. And but I will speak generally and maybe spice up the discussion a little bit, because there are two possibilities, or two big groups of factors which might be behind this discrepancy. And one of this is something about which Mr. Vašečka was speaking. So certain patterns and structural setup of the society which influences what a person will become, or where the career path will lead. The other one is, of course, the biological background, and this is to spice up the discussion, that this is something we should not forget. And I'm mentioning this because I was also working closely or speaking with Professor Ostatníková, who was doing research on this, and definitely the hormones which we have and which are different between men and women, they have certain influence. And of course, it's our role to identify those societal patterns which go against the nature. That's something we should identify, and we should not justify our laws or the patterns based on some biological differences. On the other hand, we should be careful not to force someone into an area which is naturally uncomfortable for her or for him. So that's just to the debate that we should always consider those two factors and be careful not to overstep. Of course, in our system, something is probably not right, because I don't see a problem in how many women are in science, or even in STEM science. But once you look on the leading positions in science, on how many associate professors we have and professors we have, and how many deans and rectors we have, then you see quite a discrepancy, which suggests that there is something wrong.
Yeah, you were mentioning that there is not such a big difference when we look at the enrollments to universities, but I found some statistics which says that we have only 22% of women in physics, for example, or in computer science it's only 17.2 female representation. In engineering and technology, only 17.6 applicants. When we look at the enrollments of 2016 and 2017. So I think that there is a lot of work that we can do to encourage women to pursue a career in STEM, right? What is your take on it, Mr. Vašečka?
Okay.
I will come to the question
And
regarding
let me
nursing
follow
and
also
medicine.
on a question that appeared also on Slido. Situation in Slovakia is not dramatic. I mean, it's not dramatically bad, because also the question asks how many women are among scientists and engineers, and it's almost 40%. It's 39 something. While the average in the European Union is 41. But I just want to highlight that both Czech Republic and Poland are ahead of us, Hungary behind us. So, normal situation would be basically to copy the situation demographically, that it would be 52 to 48. So women should be actually dominant in this respect, obviously.
Yeah, I agree on that. On the other hand, there are plenty of other occupations where women are well represented, like biological sciences, medicine. You as an epidemiologist and also as the head of the Department of Epidemiology of the Faculty of Public Health, why do you think that women dominate in nursing and medicine?
At first, I want to say that there are also disciplines when men dominated in medicine. Is such a discipline. You need physical condition and strength. On Department of some, they work also with hammers and drills, and so it's surgical departments. So, but you are right that other disciplines are women dominated. So maybe you need a large dose of empathy to treat the patients, and for this it is important that on the same level should be the expertise and appropriate communication with the patient. And I think women are naturally better equipped to communicate. And maybe also that when you want to study the medicine, you should have a very good back part of your body to sit 6 years and study a lot of literature and maybe, I don't know.
You are raising your hand, Mr. Vašečka.
Yeah, just a small remark, and Professor Krzysztofkova pointed at important issue here, that women are very often overrepresented among scientists within those segments which are less paid. And this is exactly, epidemiologists are less paid, usually, generally speaking, than some of other physicians, let's say, And that's also pointing at a certain issue here, that, women are, as in basically in an industry, very often dramatically overrepresented among those who are less paid, because structurally those segments are less paid. And we are not able to somehow, we are reflecting on it, but we are unable to move forward. And, so it's not only important that women, because what I mentioned is that 41% of women among scientists, that's not that tragic, I mean, it's bad, but it's not tragic. But in fact, it might be tragic when we look at the positions of the women within scientific village, so to say, because very often those are not presidents of universities, those are not chiefs of those research teams. So very often they are people who are actually working on those research most, but they are not picking up the fruits of it.
I must say that the chief and vice president of company BioNTech is a woman. She's name is Katalin Kariko, and she's head of the team which developed the vaccine against coronavirus, messenger RNA vaccine. Is a woman.
Yeah, and by the way, when we are speaking, since we are in pandemia, Pfizer vaccine was developed by husband and wife. But we are all talking about the husband. We don't know the name of the guy, of her, but we know his name.
No.
And we are coming back to the overshadowing of female success, but you are a great case in point, because you are also a member of the consortium of experts during this pandemic. Do you have any female colleagues in your field?
So in consortium we are for women as an epidemiologist, no men. And why it is so, maybe I want to tell a short story about Slovak epidemiology evolution. So we four graduated on Charles University in Prague. It was a medicine faculty specialized for public health and prevention of disease, and it was in the 70s and 80s last century, and this period of time the Czechoslovak epidemiology was really a world class, and there were some successes in the prevention of infection diseases. At first, I should say that it was a process of eradication of smallpox, variola. It was very dangerous disease, infection diseases with 30% lethality. And the final and very important phase of eradication, the author was the Czech epidemiologist, Professor Raška. He was working in WHO headquarters, and the Czech and Slovak epidemiologists played a very important role in on implementation of this phase. They really visited the very poor countries where the latest cases of these diseases occurred, such India, Bangladesh, and so on. And other example was the mass vaccination against polio in 50s, and it was really a big
breakthrough.
And from the 1960s, we don't know the polio as a disease. We are polio-free from this time, and the high vaccination coverage of children in compulsory vaccination, it was a pride of socialism, and it was a reason we don't have such diseases like diphtheria, measles, rubella, polio, and so on. And then was the gentle revolution, and the meaning was everything what was in socialism was wrong and bad. And also they thought that we don't have these very dangerous infection diseases, and that's the reason it is not important to deal with them. So, and the very good surveillance of infection diseases system was partly destroyed, and the best measure how to destroy it is to reduce the funding. And the salaries of medical doctors in public health and in hospital, it was a great differences between, and the men from the public health started to look for another jobs, and we stay only women.
Yeah.
Because we have our husbands.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. I would like to follow up on what Mr. Vašečka said, that we have female representation in medicine and nursing, but they are maybe holding less senior jobs. Why do you think is that happening, Rumiana? Why do female doctors hold less senior jobs?
That's the vertical segregation, because we have this horizontal segregation when less women prefer specific educational fields, and then we have this vertical segregation when women are more represented on this lower or middle level of hierarchy of the profession compared to men. And there are different reasons for this, starting from prejudice, from traditional norms, but also this is also with the lower self-esteem of some women who who don't want really to struggle and to take more obligations, because they have also to combine this paid and unpaid work. And I want to say that even with the same tertiary education, very often women prefer to work in a public sector, something what also was mentioned. Public sector gives more security, more option for unlimited labor contracts instead of better pay. And when we have this agreement, traditional agreement in the societies that men are responsible for the income and women for the care for children and elderly, you have this different self-selection in the paid work. So women very often, even when they are educated for mathematics, prefer to work as teachers in public sphere. And this is the reason for this vertical segregation, because of the need of more secure jobs for women, especially in the beginning of their career, when also the caring activities of young mothers are bigger.
Thank you. Mr. Vašička.
And let me add something on behalf of women who are working as scientists here, because I see that there is a certain natural perception how the advancement of careers of men and women should proceed. And I have a very, let me give you my personal example. Years ago, I met a very senior and very nice professor of sociology, in a school. And I was actually sitting with my colleague, who is a sociologist, who is a woman, and he asked us, so he approached me, so when are you going to get your tenure? And then he approached her and said, when are you going to have the third child? And, he didn't mean it. He's not a bad person. That is just very natural perception how the advancement of careers should look like. So there are certain gender biases, and it contains certain pressure on women, which very often they take in a way that they start to behave in a masculine way. And very often what's happening is that sometimes they give a hard time to younger women because they went through the hell, so you are going to go through the hell as well. So it's not only men who are sometimes, making the life difficult, but it might be also more senior women who went through it. And women have to constantly prove again and again that they are equal and good enough. And sometimes, of course, they are much better. But still, they have to prove it again and again and again.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I would like to pick up the word equal, because half of the population are women, so it's fair to get females' perspective on any technological advancement, product design, or any technological breakthrough. So how come we don't have the same representation of women in the STEM fields? What could be like the strategy, or what are the effective policies that the state could introduce to empower more women to pursue a career in STEM? Mr. Paulis.
Yes, you are right on this. In every team, and especially a decision-making team, you need different views and different complementary abilities, skills, and contributions. And by not including a part of the society, or not sufficiently representing a part of the society, means a loss for decision-making or discovery process, or whatever the process is being done. There are several suggestions what can be done. One is to already change slightly our language, speaking not only about he, but he, she, her, his. In Slovak, it's very difficult because we have the category of gender inherited really deep in the language structure. The other one is to promote the role models in the particular fields. Then, of course, the education comes in place. There is a space for this. We are introducing a reform of the primary, secondary education. The curricula will change, and this should be somehow reflected there. And me being responsible for the higher education and for science and research, I will name two particular examples. One is that in scientific career, your achievements should be measured against your age. Because, of course, when you are elder, you should have more publication, more citation, and so on. And then the people who take break from their career, for example, to care for a child, which usually are more frequently women, they are somehow disadvantaged because they lose this age. So now we are introducing in those metrics the concept of professional age, which distracts this time out to ensure the right chances. The other example is the previous year we offered and funded for the universities the option to create kindergartens, to create kindergartens for the students, for the teachers, and this was very, very positively perceived. And up until now, 5 universities already joined this program, and we guess that many more will get on the bus.
Thank you very much. That sounds interesting. I would like to take a question from Slido. Are there any strategies in Slovakia to empower girls in the education process or programs for teachers to promote gender-sensitive, inclusive education? So you partially answered.
I partially answered, and I can add on this. We do have a section on this, which is called a section of inclusion or inclusive education, which is working on an inclusion strategy, which should cover also this. And that's an interesting fact that this politically this area belongs to the other state secretary, which is Monika Filipova, which was 2 years ago, or
we are sending our warmest regards.
2 years ago here at this stage. So it's her policy.
Great to hear that. People have long thought that the more gender equal a country is, the more similar the interests of women and men would be, and they would also share maybe the same career paths, but it was found that it's actually the opposite, because when you ask anyone on the street whether he thinks that women in Finland and Norway are better represented in STEM fields than in Algeria or Tunisia, for example, everybody would say, well, women in Finland and Norway, because these are most gender equal countries. But it's not like that. So what is your perspective? Why do we have this paradox between gender equal countries and not such gender equal countries?
Well, this might be just hypothesis that women in unequal countries are working desperately harder. That they have to make such an effort, which is almost unimaginable in countries such as Finland and Norway. So this is. So they are not encouraged enough, and in spite of that, they are doing it. And this is exactly as you said. This is a paradox, because in our lives we are being encouraged to do something. That there is. We are empowered, and they are not really empowered. They are not really encouraged. So very often, precisely because the situation in those countries is not structurally so bad, they can pass the glass ceiling, which paradoxically can be seen better in countries such as the United States, because it's discussed very often. So yeah, exactly as you say, it's a paradox, and it would be interesting to see it in case of Slovakia. What would be the product of such an unfortunate situation? I have a very interesting. printed interesting example from so-called math Olympic Games.
In Slovakia.
In Slovakia. Mm-hmm. And, you know, among kids from the secondary schools. And there are almost exclusively men, very few women. Why is that? Why, you know, are women less, you know,
Tell us
educated? Why? No. We don't know, because in fact, we don't know much about the brain, and we don't know so much about the connections between gender issues and brain, you know, whether there is or there is none. There are a lot of hypotheses. Scientists are working on it. And we have difficulties to find that, you know, interlinkages. So it is just culturally somehow, structurally, I would say, based, or is it something else? In fact, we don't have all answers at the moment.
Mrs. Stoilova.
Yes, it's really a paradox, but I want to introduce two types of arguments. The first one are rational arguments, and in more unequal societies, people need to do these very rational choices. And we know that educated from STEM means to have higher salaries. Even in European Union, we see that the gender pay gap among ICT are lower compared to other occupations. But besides economic reasons, we have also further very rational reasons, and this is work autonomy. And we know again from the EU statistic that the work autonomy in ICT sector is higher compared to other occupations, and then gender differences within ICT in this dimension, work autonomy, are lower compared to the gender differences among other occupations. So when a woman in gender unequal society want to be more equal, then coming into this man-dominated disciplines is a rational choice. Another thing are the traditions, the gender norms, stereotypes, and so on. And here the question about natural differences and cultural environment. I, as sociologist, I use this divide between the two terms, sex and gender. Sex we use only when it is matter of biological differences, and we have biological differences when women become babies, and in this 6-month period of time after that, or 1 year. But after that, the care could be managed on different ways, as a sharing between partners, as working on hybrid forms. And I took interviews with women working in private IT firms, and I observed that young women preferred the functions of quality assurance because this function allows them to combine working from home with the physical presence in the firm, even before the pandemic. So the decision of women, which function they will perform, are very strongly depending on the work-life balance and the options for sharing the partner or negotiating with the partner.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your insight. Would you like to add anything to that? Mrs. Krištúfková, you as an active scientist.
For these women and the poor countries, it is the way how to be more independent. I think it's...
financially independent.
Yeah.
And maybe get a social status as well.
Yeah.
So, but why do we have, for example, in the US, only 18% of computer science college degrees awarded to women? Is it also because they are taught that they can become anything they want, or is it because these universities are not attractive for them? What do you think? Why do women in the US, for example, are so low when it comes to IT sector and IT science?
We can just pose the hypothesis. In sociology, we have something what is called Thomas theorem. So the situation defined in certain way is becoming such
Real
consequences. So, and this might be, we will define that women don't belong to IT, and in consequences, it's happening because they are not going to study there, they are not expected to go there, there are even structural barriers built for them, etc., etc. So, this is just the hypothesis, but in fact, it's interesting, again, back to our previous question, why is that in a country which is discussing the gender biases so much, why sometimes they are even more visible than in countries that are not so much sensitive about it, because some of our countries are not very sensitive about these issues, and Slovakia including, honestly speaking. And still, the situation in Slovakia in some aspects might be even better than in the US, which is, it's surprising.
Again, a paradox.
It's a paradox, yes.
Maybe I can suggest a hypothesis here, that maybe if you make something too easy for someone, you are providing him with less training and less preparation, because the pressure gives us motivation, and the motivation brings us forward. And by removing this motivational pressure and this factor, you reduce the quality of the training. It's just something which came now into my mind.
But now we are, of course, speaking against the empowerment of women, because we are just saying, yes, it's fine if you put pressure on women. It's more complex, obviously. It's probably, we should be searching for certain patterns of behavior in our civic culture and in the civic culture of United States. After all, for the first time in the history of US, women were entering factories during the World War II. Before that, they were not working practically at all. While in former Czechoslovakia, still the situation was not that tragic. Women were part of the labor market even before the World War II.
I also, yes. I have to say that I don't agree with with the conclusion about more unequal societies and this explanation. More unequal societies means that they lose a lot of talents among poorer social strata, because when you have people progressing to secondary and tertiary education, it's easier to go further to STEM at university, within university. But the problem with unequal society is that they lose a lot of talents among poor families, among low-educated families, and the assessment of fairness of those societies lower. What I want to add is about the stereotypes. And you mentioned that in some families, children are advised, choose what you want to be. But in many other families, even in higher educated families, the advice to girls is become teacher, because this is very well fitting to mother role. The same is with medicine. Why we have so many women in care professions? Because it's performance of the same care functions, but in the sphere of the paid work. And all these are really stereotypes and social traditional norms, because curiosity, the innovation, the creativity, it's not up to the biology. It's more or less something what children learn in the family, the primary socialization, or further in the schools, at universities, in mass media. It's very important when we have public figures, which professions have these public figures. And I did research years ago asking about the public figures which are role models for for the students, and convincing female role models were mainly singers, movie stars, or something like that, and male role models were selected among many other occupations. So I really prefer to speak about gender and about the role of our norms, beliefs, and how we introduce our norms and beliefs in the broader audience. And that's also the reason I always say yes to conferences like this one.
Thank you. You would like to elaborate on that, Mr. Vašička?
Yes, just a little bit. And I didn't want to change the panel into kind of a sociological one, but to follow on both previous speakers.
It's a strong discipline anyways.
Yeah, to follow both previous speakers. The difference between some of European societies and, let's say, US society might be also deeply rooted in the fact that US society is quite harshly stratified. And so, in fact, their mobility channels are not really open in the way as within Europe in general. So therefore, women from lower social classes have dramatic difficulties to climb the stratification tree. So basically, all those that setup which is there is being reproduced. And more on that, what we know from sociology that women from diverse backgrounds face additional barriers to entry, retention, and progression in the STEM field. So, and of course, US society is very diverse. Some of our societies are less diverse. So the diversity, paradoxically, is playing, it's kind of a burden, let's say, for Afro-American women, and therefore also statistics might look slightly better in our case, of European case. But, that's just, it's not our excuse, That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. We are going to take another question from Slido, and I am encouraging you to contribute, guys, so type in any questions that you would like to ask our panelists. And I am going to pick one. What about raising kids in families? What is the role of parents? Are different types of toys, babies versus Lego for girls going to determine their careers? What do you think, Mr. Paulis? We are going to take a non-sociological view now.
Well, just from my observation, I don't know whether they determine the careers. I guess they might, because by each toy encourages to develop different types of skills, either the fine motoric skills or the crude motoric skills or spatial orientation or others, or maybe verbal communication. There are some verbal toys and so on. So definitely the toys should have some influence on the skills in the future and on the careers consequently. The question is the choice of toys, whether it's the parents who make the choice or whether it's the children somehow inherently making the choice. And I don't know the answer.
Yeah, Mrs. Krzysztofkova.
It depends of choice. So, from my experience, I had a cousin. It was a boy. We were in the same age, and my toys were cars and a jeep and tractor, and so. And it was my choice. I have no Barbies, and
maybe it differs from family to family, right?
Yeah. And
certain stereotypes are still prevalent.
Yeah.
Do you want to add? No. Okay, so
you said that non-sociological.
No. I was just kidding.
I'm following.
I was just kidding. If you would like to add anything. Okay, so we are moving to next topic. to the pay gaps, because it is proven that a typical STEM worker earns 2/3 more than those employed in other fields. So do you think that pursuing a career in STEM field could be the possibility how to get rid of pay gaps and, you know, even out salaries between women and men?
Yes.
Yeah, Romiana?
Yes, I believe, because I mentioned already the gender pay gap in ICT in Europe is 11%, and the average gender pay gap is in other occupation is 16. So this is the reason to argue that more women in STEM will benefit from this working and studying STEM. And the other suggestion is to have more gender integrated occupations, because when one profession is feminized, then the salaries are lower, and men are going somewhere else. And it was mentioned already in the case of epidemiologists. And this is one reason to really to argue for gender integrated occupations. Diversity is also beneficial for reducing the gender pay gap. Having more men, bringing more men into health professions will mean also an option for increasing the salaries in the sector, and not only for specific types of medicine, for specific branches, but as a whole. And when men are more motivated to become this level, secondary level in health, or to become more frequently teachers, that will be really beneficial for reducing the gender pay gap. That's my message.
Mm-hmm. Anyone?
I don't know what to add, but since we are talking about potential politics, programs, projects to enhance participation of women in not only in science and technology, but in highest positions within the field, what is absolutely necessary are figures, statistics. And I want to remind everybody that already more than 20 years ago, within the European Union, there was established a Helsinki Group for Women in Science, and one of important tasks to collect gender disaggregated statistics, so-called she figures. And I believe it's important, because also those who are watching our conference, they were asking about certain figures, and honestly speaking, some of them, we are lost a little bit in that. So she figures are key. I'm saying it as a sociologist here, and there are still gaps, and I know it because when I was searching for certain information, I saw that they are missing. Simply, they are not existing.
Do you maybe know why? Is it because it's not a field where people do invest money, or maybe they didn't recognize the importance of the statistics?
This is how I perceive it, that there is still not visible, sign of importance of it. So that's why there is this Helsinki committee, and I'm very supportive of its functioning. Absolutely.
So although we can rectify the problem of pay gap when we encourage women to enter into STEM fields, it looks like they are not paid the same, because when we are talking about the senior positions, I found a study which is suggesting that entry-level salary for men is more than $4,000 higher, and the disparity might be explained by self-confidence. So what do you think? What role does the self-confidence play when men and women are entering the STEM field, or when they are applying for a position? Romiana.
The negotiation power is very important, and the self-confidence. And we come here again to the socialization role models and for the advices girls and boys receive in the family. And, very often girls are seen as very sweet and calm and, they are not seen in the position or not encouraged enough really to battle for their rights and to ask what they feel to should receive. And my experience is that the empowerment of women, of their self-confidence is an important task, because empowerment means really the power to realize your ideas and to argue when you to defend your choice and your rights to be treated equally. And very often, I'm quoting one thesis that the empowering of women is not only beneficial for women, it's beneficial for the whole society, because equality is really something, equality not at the end, but equality of opportunities and of the freedom to make choices is something what makes the whole society stronger. And I want here to, and I work a lot with the theory of Amartya Sen, of this capability approach, saying and arguing about equality as freedom to make choices. And the choices are in big, so choices are dependent from our socialization at the family, in the school, in society.
That's right, I fully agree on that. So what is the role of men in supporting equality? How to motivate their participation in standing up for women's rights? I think that's a good question coming from Slido. Mr. Paulis.
Well, I mean, we had quite a good role model in the introduction on the bio of Marie Curie Sklodowska, where her husband stand up for her to include her in the Nobel Prize team. So I think that's a good example to follow up such a role model.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Krištúfková?
I don't know, but I think loving husband is happy that his
wife succeeds.
Mm-hmm. In my family, so my husband is fond of me.
And he was very supportive.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Vašečka?
I
see that you are jotting down, notes, so go ahead.
No, because there is one thing, and now I will leave my sociological nature and perspective, because I'm also working in the human rights field at the Council of Europe. And the truth is that the certain pressure that is coming from international organizations is also of a key importance here. And sometimes, and now I don't want to be overcritical of, let's say in this case, Slovak Republic, but sometimes we don't pay enough attention to some of judgments of international organizations. And let me give you an example. There is a UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, existing for years. And let's say very recently, there was a decision in favor of a Slovak woman who successfully claimed to be discriminated against on the grounds of gender, marital and family status. Mm-hmm. And CEDAW basically said that Slovak Republic should compensate this woman. And Slovak Republic didn't do it. Mm-hmm. We refused to do it. And of course, I mean, we can, to say it very bluntly, we can do it because nobody will punish Slovak Republic, but it's showing that we are not paying enough attention there is and you know, I don't want to now to be provocative to Slovak authorities, but once we will take the work of such structures as UN and Council of Europe more seriously, I believe that we might be also more sensitive at home.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
Well,
yeah.
I hope so, at least. Yeah.
Rumiana?
I believe more men, and especially tertiary educated men, take seriously the question of women's rights and of gender equality. Why? Because men value more and more work-life balance, and this division income should be secured by men, and domestic obligations are for women. This is not only burden for women. This is only also very strong pressure for men, securing the income for the family. And we know that the needs of the families are rising with private schools, private health care, and so on. So I think on the side of higher educated men, women could receive support for their battle for equality. In my view, the problem are populist politicians speaking about traditional values. I'm not sure what they are speaking about. And the example is the Istanbul Convention, which was not ratified in 6 European member states, all of them post-socialist countries. This is for me really the dangerous tendency, and the same politicians invented a totally false understanding of the term gender. And this is really a very, very bad example of how one term well established in the science, in West, but also in Eastern European countries, were transformed into something totally different, and was used as something to fight people and human rights defender.
Thank you very much. We are slowly running out of time. Actually, we ran out of time, but I would like to use this opportunity for a last question and your final remarks. So how can we generally increase girls' motivation and women's motivation and make them successful in the STEM fields? So, Mr. Paulis, very shortly.
For our part, in the education, we need to do something there. And in bullet points, we should remove the barriers. We should encourage, and we should provide role models. I think that's the 3 most important steps.
Thank you. Mrs. Krištofková?
So in my position, we don't feel the gender differences, but I think the motivation is examples. It is very important to see the success women.
Thank you very much.
Let me agree with both speakers. Girls need to see role models. You know, Michaela Musilová, who we saw from Hawaii, is the best example, and I'm absolutely positive that she inspired a lot of girls at the moment. But more theoretically, just one sentence, diversity in a society always, no matter whether we are talking about men and women or we are talking diversity in other dimensions, should be not only passively perceived fact, but it should be actively fostered. You know, we should actively work on that diversity, because only then it will work. And we are in the stage sometimes that we are only passively stating, yes, this is a diverse society, we should do it. But you know, it's not really followed by concrete steps.
Thank you. Rumiana, final thoughts?
I want to add one point, and this is the message strengthening the role of civil society. And I will give one positive example from Bulgaria. This is the competition Entrepreneur Girl for girls aged 16-25. The competition is targeting them, and the competition is for development of new ideas. And this is an annual competition organized by the Bulgarian Center of Women in Technologies. This center is led by a former CEO at Hewlett-Packard in Bulgaria, very powerful and motivating woman who is also excellent mentor of these girls. And the ambition is to extend this competition, annual competition, Entrepreneur Girl, not from Bulgaria to other Balkan and Eastern European countries, and to make it international. Thank you for this discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a nice day, and we will see each other after the coffee break. Welcome back, guys. I hope you are all refreshed after the coffee break. And coming up are the opening remarks of Branislav Santner, the country head for Slovakia at Citibank, who will present his view on female potential in business and also the key findings of the case for holistic investment in girls. Braňo, I'm handing over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope that you are doing well and you had a good and real coffee during the little bit virtual coffee break. I was introduced, but let me do it once again. My name is Braňo Santner. I'm country head for Citibank for Slovakia, and I would like to welcome you in today's second part of today's session on behalf of Citibank Europe PLC. I also would like to thank to organizers for giving us the opportunity to participate in this event. Citibank has been partnering with AmCham for the third consecutive year on this event. And thank you again for giving us this opportunity and organizing it. So let's make a start. I prepared a couple of pictures for you to make it a little bit more exciting for you. And I wonder whether you know who these three ladies in the picture are. This is very much related to today's topic, women and science. And this is a movie. This is a movie, Hidden Figures. If we had enough time and the opportunity, I would have asked the organizer to play this movie beforehand, because that would give us the right mindset and set up the atmosphere for today's discussion. The movie is based on a real story, and what you see here are actresses. But on the next picture, we can see the ladies who are behind the movie and who are basically the real persons from the story. And these are three Afro-American mathematicians. These ladies were vital in calculating the trajectory of the spacecraft that brought the first US astronaut to the orbit, and of course safely back. These ladies lived in US in 1960s, and we know how controversial this period was, with a lot of segregation, with a lot of racism and gender discrimination. But these great mathematicians, these great women, proved that with their resilience, their determination and persistence, women can be behind and can lead the big projects, can lead the big teams, and can be behind the big discoveries. Also, 57 women that were awarded with the Nobel Prize, and half of it from sciences, prove that women can be as successful as men in the science. The only thing that we need to create for them is the environment where the opportunities and the chances will be equal for everyone. I work for banking industry, and this might be seen as a little bit boring in comparison with the sciences and the Nobel Prizes, but the things are happening also there. And I would like to share with you a couple of maybe revolutionary things that happened recently. In this picture, you are looking at the Jane Fraser. Jane was appointed to the role of global CEO for Citibank a month ago. It might be seen as an ordinary message, but it's not. Jane is the first woman CEO to lead the Wall Street major bank. You know that this kind of high-flying jobs were always considered only for men. So I'm happy that my employer, Citibank, was the first bank or first company that broke this stereotype in Wall Street. And it's quite a revolutionary thing, to be honest. That's not the end of the story about the Jane. Although she has been in the position only for a month or so, she has implemented a couple of great things that are helping to employees to overcome this difficult period of working remotely and being overwhelmed with all the impact of the pandemic. So what she implemented? As of 2 weeks ago, we have something that is called Zoom Free Fridays. That means that video calls or conference calls are not recommended any longer in Citibank. You know how we've been overwhelmed with a lot of meetings and the video calls that are accompanying the remote work. You know, everyone wants to touch base with everyone, and the managers want to control their people. So this is not allowed, or this is not recommended in Citi any longer. This is a great thing that basically costs nothing, but had a sort of great impact on the relaxation of the atmosphere and the relaxation of the stress that is there together with the pandemic. The second thing that she has implemented, she set up something that is called healthy working boundaries. That means that this is nothing more than a limitation of the conference calls to working hours. Some of you might consider this as something that should come naturally, and that's the logical thing. But those of you who work for global companies know that this is not so sure. The third thing that the Jane has implemented is the reset day on May 28th. The employees of the city globally have been given the extra day off. And I hope that will be the case for that specific day also in the years to come. You know, these things might be seen as like little, maybe silly things, but nothing is normally coming naturally. And this kind of proposals didn't come from CEO men. I mean, it came from women, and we basically know what is behind it. Women bring to business the traits that are, for instance, empathy, work ethics, humility, understanding, and this kind of the decisions that the Jane made requires this specific kind of the traits that the women are bringing to the business. There is one more thing that I would like to share with you as a good practice from Citibank, and this is the pay equity project. We've started implementing this project a couple of years ago, and we were one of the first US companies that dealt with this problem. What we did, we've calculated the average salaries for men and women in the same job categories, and then we've disclosed the gaps that came as a result of the calculation. Also, some action steps that have been agreed upon, and one of the action steps, or the main action step, was that the gaps between men and women have been eliminated. There is a process that was automatically set up in our HR systems on an annual basis. So, as I said, the medians for the same job categories of the men and women are being calculated, and the salaries that have significant gaps are being immediately lifted up. After 3 years of doing this, we've achieved the situation that the female are getting 99% of what the males are getting. So we have pretty much arranged the equality in the pay. It's important to mention that, and it's a recommendation, and that you might find this thing is inspiring also for your companies. It's important that this measure is being implemented not as a one-off exercise, but on an annual basis, because even if you fix your salaries once, the situation might start to deteriorate over some period of time. So that would be about sort of good experience from Citibank, and I would like now to move to the sort of main topic of the day, and this is the investment into girls and the women. Citibank has been partnering with a company called Plan International on the study that was associated with adolescent girls. You know that adolescence is the period of the life that is defined as a second decade, and this period of life is being considered as critical for getting the necessary skills for the life. And also the adolescents currently represent the biggest part of the population, is approximately 16% of the world population, or 1.2 billion people. One of the reasons for looking and working on this analysis was also that the governments, I think in 2019, promised to deliver sustainable development goals. You can know this under the abbreviation of SDG. And it was very challenging to measure the delivering of these SDGs, and these SDGs should be fully delivered by 2030. So it was challenging to measure the delivering of these goals, because there were there were lack of the data on the adolescent girls. So, I mean, the study as such revealed couple of facts. Some of them are sort of shocking, and I will share a few of them with you. This is mostly, for instance, 85% of the women in low-income countries do not complete the secondary schools, or one in 5 women get married before their 18th birthday, and similar situation. So what we can do about it, and how we can remove these barriers that are holding the girls back. There is no like simple and single recipe or simple and single solution for removing these barriers. But there are 3 kind of suggestions, or 3 approaches that should be taken based on the analysis. First approach is a holistic approach. So any interventions or any support that is being given to girls should be done holistically, and meaning that it should cover the life of the girls from the childhood to the womanhood. The second is collaborative approach. That means that all the sort of important stakeholders, and these are governments, NGOs, and then private sector, should make a consensus on the interventions, and should then implement it together, rather than the siloed approach that has been seen so far. And the third, maybe the most important approach that is being recommended by the study, is the need for systematic or long-lasting change. And this calls for change of the laws and change of the norms and regulations. And these changes would basically ensure that the discrimination of the girls would be removed. The study also suggests the cost of $1.5 per girl per day, and that cost should be sufficient to arrange at least sort of that the basic goals of the project are being achieved. And one of the basic goals is to achieve the 100% completion of the secondary schools for the girls. I would say, I mean, the study is very comprehensive. It has around 100 pages, and I would like to be happy to share it with everyone and to discuss the details further. Of course, there is not sufficient time for disclosing everything and discussing all the details here. So I would maybe conclude here, and maybe we can open up for one or 2 questions.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Branislav. I would like to ask you, you mentioned that you have a special internal algorithm in your company which evens out female and male salaries. Is it a cost-effective tool?
If you look at the cost, of course, any such sort of action or activity immediately results into negative impact to P&L. That's for sure. But I think that maybe long-term or mid-term impact prevails. And I maybe will mention a couple of positive things, and eventually the positive impacts prevail over, as I said, over short-term negative P&L impact. And this is the fact that everyone wants to work in a company that treats people fairly. Then if we treat people fairly, then the people are, of course, more productive. Treating people fairly increase the productivity, increase the diversity, and we know that the diversity generates new ideas. So that decision overall increase the sort of atmosphere in the working place and increase the satisfaction of the people, and this is much more important for everyone than like immediate negative first-year P&L impact.
Thank you. In March 2021, Jane Fraser, a Scottish banking executive, was appointed the new CEO of Citigroup. What strategic changes will her management bring to your company's operations?
There are basically two things or two directions where our business will go. The first one is to arrange the equal chances for everyone and equal chances for all genders. We discussed already this, and the equal pay is one of these things. The second thing where the business is taking the direction is green economy. We've committed zero carbon emissions. Citibank is very active in ESG. So this is the second stream where the business is going. And I can say that we as a global company have a lot of clients that operate in carbon intensive industries. So for us, the objective is not only that Citibank will adapt the policies itself, but we are also influencing our clients to basically join us in our journey towards the green economy. Within 2015 and 2020, we spent invested $150 million in low carbon emission solutions. Another $250 million are prepared there to be spent in next 5 years.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I'm looking forward to follow the new managerial policies. And one more question on the study that you have conducted, because the study implies that there is a correlation between girls' education and, for example, tackling the violence and tackling the climate change or improving the sanitation and clean water. So how do these factors correlate?
You know, I think that access to clean water is sort of one of the basic things that the human needs, and if this is not available, then of course this triggers a lot of issues. For instance, productivity or not enough time. We know that like obtaining or arranging the clean water, this is being sort of seen and understood as a part of the household work, and this is normally left on the women or on the girls. So if this is not sort of accessible immediately, if there is no running water, then the girls have to obtain it somewhere. So then they don't have time for anything else. Then we have seen a lot of reports from low-income countries that if there is no sort of running water and not sufficient number of toilets in the schools, then the girls, when they have their periods, they just stop coming to work. So that's very sort of pressing issue in some of the developing countries. And of course, if we talk about using or drinking the wastewater, then that of course negatively impacts the health of the people. So there is a lot of sort of association and correlation between availability of the running water and the ability to attend the schooling systems.
Thank you very much, Branislav, for your valuable insights. I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you for being part of this conference again.
Thank you very much, and thank you, audience, for listening to me. I hope I was not boring much, and thank you that you spent time with me, and thank you for that opportunity.
Bye. And we will elaborate on what Branislav said in his opening remarks in our next private panel discussion. So I'm handing over to my colleague, host Petra Kotuliakova, the CEO of IT.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second panel discussion. How can companies in Slovakia motivate girls at a young age to consider STEM subject as their future profession? And also the question related to dual education. My name is Petra Kotuliakova. I'm the founder and CEO of organization IT. We are working with young girls and women in the field of STEM, sure. We are educating them, motivating and empowering, and we would like to see a lot of girls and women working in ICT professions in Slovakia. Let me now introduce our dear guests, the panel guests who will discuss today with us. So first of all, I would like to introduce Zuzana Šačirovič, the General Manager of Novartis Pharma Slovakia. Welcome, Zuzana. Alena Kanabová, the Senior Manager and Corporate Citizenship Lead of Accenture Slovakia. Welcome, Alenka. Martina Šustrová, Head of Education and Development Center of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia. Welcome, Martina. And Violeta Luka, the General Manager of Microsoft Czech Republic and Slovakia. Ladies, I'm really happy to have you on board, and I'm really happy to start to run this panel discussion. And a little bit to integrate and involve our audience, I would like to start with a very small poll discussing the topic we would like to deal. Does your company have programs for attracting female secondary school students to STEM fields? So please try to use Slido and try to vote if your company has this kind of program separately for girls, yes, or doesn't, no, or if your company have activities for boys and girls together. I can see the results for a moment. We have about 20 votes, so if you can take a time and think if your company is doing any kind of activities in this field, because it's quite important for our future development of discussion. I think all our panelists will be happy to see if your companies do any kind of special activities destined to attract female secondary school students to STEM fields. The results for a moment are mostly to have combined activities for boys and girls together. So about 20% of you has separate activities for girls. And this result will show us where we are approximately in Slovakia. So please try to vote. And after that, we will move to the first questions. Okay, so for a moment you can see the results. So most of companies who participated in this discussion has different has activities for boys and girls together. Okay, so we can return back to the result of this poll at the end of our discussion and see if those results has changed. So let me introduce a little bit the problem we will discussing now. The problem of lack of girls and women in STEM fields is in Slovakia underlined by two main key points. This is an economic situation where we are facing an important lack of IT professionals. As you know, in Slovakia, we miss about 7,000 IT professionals nowadays. And the second point is the demographic situation with a decreasing birth rate, which causes shrinking of the pool of young students. So it means that we have still less and less talented young students. One of the answers to these problems is the wider use of female potential in STEM-related fields. Women are great at STEM. The representation of women in leadership positions brings higher value to companies, and the necessity of diversity in our teams is a key headline of today. So we are all aware that the work to motivate girls for STEM fields needs to start at a young age. So when and where to start, and what are the key messages the companies working with girls in this target age can share with us? So the two main targets of this panel discussions for us are to share our panel members' key points concerning the programs and tools oriented towards attracting girls to STEM, but also discussing any challenging part of this agenda and how to overcome there. So I would like now to ask the first question to our guest. When we think about this topic, can you please describe your experiences in this field? Do you support this topic in your organization? And if so, how do this program complement your diversity and inclusion activities? Zuzana, please, if you can start to deal with us, your experiences in Novartis in this field, and if your organization is doing the activities supporting also diversity and inclusion.
Yes, hello Petra, and thank you for the invite, and hello also to my colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here and to represent Novartis Slovakia here today. Definitely, it's a topic that is on top of our agenda. As you can see, I'm here, I'm female. I'm the general manager for Novartis Pharma. Also, my counterpart in oncology is also female. So I think we are leading by example. And the first thing I would like to mention regarding equality, but also supporting women in this field of science, is that we need role models. I remember when I started my career, I didn't have many role models to look up to and to say, I want to be like her. So it was mainly very male-driven, although today, 13 years later, I think a lot of things have changed. So role modeling and showing ourselves on social media, on LinkedIn, introducing our people. If you follow us on LinkedIn, Novartis is doing that proactively in order to attract female talents. We are talking about it in general public. We are communicating about our D&I programs. But also if you look how we walk the talk, is our leadership team in Slovakia consists of 80% of females. So you can argue now on the other side, probably we need a program to revert it one day. But yeah, definitely it's not only about gender, but also hiring the best talents. And I'm very impressed here in Slovakia with the talents that we can find. The second thing I would like to mention is a trainee program that we have to attract young people who come from university. It's a 2-year program where they will rotate through different functions and they can find out for themselves in which area they would like to work. Is it medical? Is it finance? Is it HR? Is it commercial marketing? So this is a program that has huge success. And the first round were only females. It was not designed specifically for females, but in fact, all 3 candidates were females. And it's also really nice to see how they have developed, because now the program is finished and they are actually working in a job, in a normal function in Novartis. The third thing that we're doing is we are collaborating with universities here in Slovakia. We are participating in events. We do speed dating, where we go to meet young students. And it's not only to attract them, but it's also a learning process for us. How does this generation think? We have flexible working arrangements in Novartis. So this is a big topic for us. Unlimited home office for office-based people, for example. And why is this related to female? Traditionally, especially probably in Slovakia, females are responsible to take care of their family. And the flexible work arrangements, I think, can motivate female talents also to come back sooner to their job, as maternity leave seems to be quite long in Slovakia. And not being judgmental, because if a woman decides to do so, I think that's great. But sometimes they decide to do so because there are no other options. And we have parental leave in Novartis. Since last year, we implemented not maternity leave, but parental leave. And this is also supportive to female talents, because also the men are going on parental leave in our company. So this is something that we feel super proud of. We talked about equal payment. This is also something that we are currently working on. It's not finalized yet. But we are looking at it, and we are looking what the gap is. So, and this is part of the D&I agenda that we are having. And if you ask, why are we doing that, right? So are we doing it to tick any boxes, or so we believe in Novartis that diversity, not only in gender, now we're talking specifically men and women, but we believe not only in diversity in gender, but in age, in thinking styles, in nationalities. And we believe that we will be better in doing what we are doing if we have diverse teams. Our customers are also diverse. We don't have only men outside who are patients or doctors. So if we have internally the same diversity as we have externally, we believe we will be better in business. If you look specifically in the area of science and medicine, we have an underdiagnosis of breast cancer, of heart failure, for example, especially in women. So having women on the other side is very crucial. Some interesting insights that I learned recently from a colleague of mine. There's a study done that 70% of medicines are picked up by female in pharmacies.
Yeah, Zuzana, thank you so much. I think you have touched very interesting points, specifically diversity. I think this is a key point of today's discussion. So I'm happy that you are doing so many things in Novartis. And I would like also to see how is it in Accenture. Alenka, what are your experiences in this field when we think about working with young girls?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Hello, Petra. Well, I will now speak a little bit more about the external activities that we do in Accenture to attract more female talent to STEM, and specifically to the field of information technology, since we are a technology company. Well, we have a really systematic approach targeting different beneficiary groups, starting with girls at elementary schools age, through students of secondary schools and universities, but also we are targeting adult women in productive age with interest in work in IT sector, despite they do not have a formal education or a previous experience in this field. Separately, of course, we are also targeting our own talent within a company, because it's not only important to attract new talent, but also to keep this talent inside. And especially if we consider that as Accenture, we have defined our target to have equal gender split, 50-50 between male and female employees by 2025, it's really crucial that we are able to keep this female talent inside. I would say that for each external group, we have different objectives or motivations and different results expected. For the youngest girls at the elementary schools, we believe that the key is really to basically motivate them, to instill in them an interest or curiosity linked to technology, and also build their self-confidence and make them understand that IT is an area where they can fully use their creativity. It is very important that they invest into the quality of computer science education at elementary schools, which is not only focused on girls. Yeah, it's a general topic, because we can create the basic digital skills to build the self-confidence in these young girls. So at the later stage, when they are coming to the teenage age, they have this self-confidence so they are able to imagine the career in this field, because it is really very often that they lose this interest at teenage age, because they are just not having enough self-confidence to pursue the career or study in this field. So this is for the youngest groups. And then, of course, we have different objectives working with the secondary girls, school girls, where we are basically motivating them to consider study IT and career in IT. So, for example, every year we are involved in the Girls' Day in collaboration with your organization to show them how the career in IT looks like. And then, of course, we need to take care also for the university students of IT majors. So, for example, we were running a program, a scholarship program for girls studying IT at the university, with objectives also to create their own community for mutual support and knowledge exchange and so on.
Yeah,
and the last but not least, when we are talking about the women in productive age, I think it is crucial really to create opportunities and educate those women which are interested in IT career. And there are many of them, actually, you would be surprised. And not only create these opportunities of education and new skilling or upskilling these women so they are able to work in this field, but also really to offer them a job. And this is something where we are very active in Accenture in Slovakia. In the last 3 years, we basically employed more than 50 new female colleagues who were going through these new skilling programs organized by our partners, like ITYT, for example, but also through our own programs that we are running in this area.
Yeah, you have touched, I think, two very important points. You have discussed about age of the girls when we should start to work with them. We'll discuss later about this, but also the retention, because a lot of companies are focusing on attraction of girls or women for working there, but they forget a little bit how to retain them. So retention is also the critical point, I think, which can be developed. Martina, please, how is it in Košice, in Deutsche Telekom?
Yeah, thank you for the word, Petra, and also for the opportunity to contribute to this topic from Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions perspective. As Accenture also, we are the IT company and we are dealing with the diversity topic for many years. Specifically for the women in IT or in the technology, there are a lot of activities we are currently running. Maybe I can cluster them to the three, let's say, streams. The first one is the focus for the kids, and it's covered by T-Kids umbrella, all of the activities which are running there. Then it is the diversity stream, which is very active and do a lot of in terms of the women in the business, in the IT and the technology area. And then last but not least, it is the dual education. So the study is for everybody, but we try to attract the talent, not the gender. So from that perspective, we need to do more for the girls to attract them, that the IT is also for them. Before I jump into the specific examples, what we are doing, let me maybe give you my thoughts on views on that topic. I just call it like a magic triangle. And from my perspective, when we try to attract the girls to go for a science or the STEM education, it has to be a combination and the partnership among the parents, who are the closer to the youngs, then are the schools and the educational system, so and the teachers, and then are the companies, the private and the public sector. So everything together, the combination of all of the activities, I think that this can bring a result. And now we can see also from the last years and the experience we have. And this is also the example, and it was mentioned before a while, that together with you, ITYT, or to translate in English, you in IT organization, we are also supporting the Girls' Day. So last it was in October 2020, and what is really important, and for me personally, is that we need to show the real case studies, the real examples, what women reach into the history, into the IT, into the current situation. And this is the topic where we are currently closely working with the teachers, because teachers are closer to the students, to the youngs. In many cases, they are the role models for the young people, and if they can also attract these to the girls by also explaining that even in the history there were successful women which influence what we are currently living today. And in some cases, I think that I have a feeling that we just point out the men findings in what was done in the past. So, but to continue to the specifically what we are doing, except these Girls' Days, also we do many activities for the girls, like Girls in IT. Then another, but this is the global Deutsche Telekom initiative, and it is the Women's STEM Award, where the bachelor's and the diploma thesis are rewarded specifically for the girls who are dealing with this topic. And we do many workshops for the teachers, for the students, for the kids, and we try to attract through different activities, through some robotics activities and some Scrum methodologies, that also even IT can be for girls.
Martina, also, if I may, I like a lot your what you have mentioned about parents. Do you have any kind of special program for parents? Because I know how it's important to really involve also parents into this girls' motivation.
Not yet. So this is the topic, and this is why the triangle is so magic, because I think that the parents, we can influence the less. Yeah. So we can influence the students, the teachers, the companies, the environment around. But what we did, and we tried last year, it was that, as I have mentioned, we have dual education and like a partnership with the secondary electrotechnical school here in Košice. And when we did the hiring campaign and all of the activities, we also touched the parents. We know that there is sorry for that, rodičovské združenie, or the parents committee at the school, and also we try to go there and to try to speak to them that the IT also is for women, and this is like one step we did in the past.
Yeah.
But coming back to this triangle, just let me finish this, is that I think that through the cooperation with the teachers, we can also influence the parents. I think that this is the space for us for the future improvements and the activities we can do.
Okay, thank you very much. I like a lot this mix of different companies, because with some of you, we are doing exactly the activities for parents. So after that, maybe we can share together some best practices. Violeta, well, first, welcome in Slovakia on your new mission as a new general manager of Microsoft Czech Republic and Slovakia. So hope that you will like a lot living and working in here. So please, the introductory question, what are your experiences in this field and how you can support in Microsoft this work with girls?
So first of all, thank you very much, Petra, for the warm introduction. I am very excited to be in this new role. Hello, everyone. Hello to my colleague panelists. I'm really excited to be here with you today and to talk about a very dear, actually, theme to myself, which is supporting women, supporting girls in the society to develop and to achieve more. So let me start by saying that I was raised in a family who really encouraged me to dream big and to be able to learn and to cultivate my behaviors and to cultivate my connections and my collaboration in order to achieve great goals. And I think this inspired me to dream big and not to think so much that we are living sometimes in a man's world, especially in some industries. And I think this courage and this education which I had at home and with my teachers gave me a lot of strength and courage along the way. However, it was not all the time easy. And I must say today that I was lucky along the way to work for companies who are valuing women contribution, diversity with inclusion. Microsoft, I think, is the best one in terms of, in my view, in terms of how it has a 360 approach when it comes to women development in the company, but also supporting women in the society. And let me be very specific. So first of all, in our company, we do have very clear programs to support women development. We do have for young women what we call a career management development, which is called FLOW. Which is helping young women to understand what it takes to be a great manager and what skills and behaviors we need to develop, and assigning as well mentors and role models. Then we have what is called, there are a couple of programs for women as well to develop in senior leadership positions. And when I'm talking about society at large, we do have programs for young girls, and we do have programs for mature women. I can mention Academy of Coding and also the partnership we have with IT. So thank you for that, because we really are able to touch base girls from 8 years old. We trained so far 500 girls and 1,700 teachers, and via these teachers, we actually reached out to more than 3,000 kids. So we do have Academy of Coding to help people to understand, first of all, to realize that it's not that hard, so that we are equipped to drive this if we are courageous enough to try and to learn. Then we have an initiative which we call Alice Envisions the Future. Actually, it's a unique type of initiative looking to encourage creative girls to explore how they can bring the most audacious ideas to life. with today's technology. And actually there are a bit of a boot camp if you want, and the girls are really working in virtual teams with girls of their age, but also with adults, professionals, to help them to understand how they can develop a project and a technology and maybe an IP even from the simple idea towards the execution. And I was part from 2 events like this in the last 2 years, and I must say that it's an amazing experience to see how girls' minds can really move from one simple dream to a very actionable, to a very valuable and relevant technology. And then we have DG Women, which started actually in 2020. It's focusing on women on maternity and parental leave to equip them with Microsoft Fundamentals curricula and other digital skills to increase their chances for better job after maternity leave. And currently we are having more than 100 women trained already, and the program is scaling up and is getting even more traction. What I can add here is really if we want to encourage women to scale their knowledge and to have more courage, I think one very important aspect is to provide perspective around what does it mean to have a job, to have a career, to study STEM first of all, and then to have a career in technology. Because sometimes women perceive that this is very manly, that they don't fit there because they are more creative. But the point is that even being more creative is helping you as a person to become more innovative and to contribute even further. So what we did in Microsoft, actually, we were really careful to look at the job titles and to make them more appealing and more explicit when it comes to the role of different women in engineering and support in different specialized engineering jobs or solution specialized jobs. And we have seen that by doing so, creating more clarity around what is expected, we managed to attract more women. And we have subsidiaries. So in Czech Republic and Slovakia, the diversity representation is around 35%. It's varying between 30 and 40% if I'm looking at 3 years time span. But we also have subsidiaries around the world when the diversity of representation is higher than 50%. Actually, in my home country, in Romania, it's higher than 50%. So I think by thinking with the mind of how I call it the art of possible, and by creating the awareness sessions, consideration sessions with different women, with different audiences, by involving more and more actors, by creating private-public partnerships, we can really, develop more and more women and actually create more value for the society and for themselves. In the same time, we have in Microsoft different projects around what we call today, do what matters. Because for women, sometimes it's more difficult to balance, themselves between the family life and the work life. And actually what we learn is that it's very important to cultivate the well-being and the balanced approach. And I strongly encourage, I think, all the leaders to make sure that we do not only push women to take more on their plate, but we are actually enabling them to take more in a sustainable manner. Because I think I heard before from a Novartis colleague the fact that sometimes women get more failures on hearts, on heart attacks, on heart diseases, or on, different types of oncologic diseases. But actually, it shouldn't be like that, I suppose. So I think we would need to encourage not only women to become more knowledgeable and more active into the technology world, but also to take more care of themselves. So I think we can contribute to this as well, because you need to dream big, but sometimes women feel to prove themselves, and they work 2 times, 3 times harder in order to do so. And sometimes they even get lower paid. I learned from one of my bosses in 2003 when I was having a salary 25% less than a man before me. And I found that after 1 year. And I told to him, you are paying me less and I'm delivering more. And he said to me very bluntly that you have in life what you are negotiating to have. And I'm not sure it's the right thing to say. It's even not correct from the leadership perspective. But this was the blunt answer that I received almost 20 years ago. And I learned that, yes, of course, first of all, we need to have a very clear self-consciousness about who we are, what we want, what we do not know, how we want to develop ourselves, which allies we want to bring with us in order to grow. And then we need to be able to speak up and to ask for our rights in a nice manner, in a political manner, in a sustainable manner. And finally, we need to be proud that we are having families, that we are raising kids, that we have needs. So I think it's not shame in that. And allow me to share another anecdote. Back in 2014, there was a big company from, top 3 in the industry, in the technology world, not IT, rather manufacturing industry, inviting myself and different other executives to attend their headquarters. And they invited a couple of executives in the company, but not myself. Even I was the general manager. And the reason they were not inviting me is because I was a woman, and that particular country was not very friendly with women in executive positions. And then the shareholder of the company said, I'm not coming because my general manager is not coming. So actually no one in the group will come to your workshop and event in the headquarters. And that year we didn't attend, even if we had 45% of the market share in the country. But next year, the guys from that particular company invited me very nicely and realized that they can't exclude me. And this happened because another man took a stance. And this leads me towards allyship.
You're absolutely right, Violeta. Every time when I'm the member of panel discussion or discussing about the topic of women in STEM, and there are only women there, which is the cause of today also, my argument is that this is not a question just for a woman, and this is not a female topic of discussing why we need having more women in IT, and that we need to have it. So I think we need to have more males in this kind of discussion. So next year I will discuss with the AmCham to having more panel members as a male. So hope that it will be more diverse also on the way of discussion. So let me move to another point I would like to develop with you. All of your companies are working quite hard, I can see, and really starting with the early age girls. According to a Microsoft study from 2018, girls start losing interest in STEM fields from the age of 12. But the program of companies, if there are any, are often focused on secondary school students, as that age is closer to students' first employment. So I would like to hear from you, what do you consider to being the optimum age to start working with the girls? I know that it's quite hard to start to work with them when they are 8, but what is your opinion on this question? What is the optimum age? And Violeta, maybe you can start, as it was a micro study, very briefly describe what you think is the best age for this work.
So in my view, I think around 12, 14, even 15, depending what programs a company has, it's a good age to start with. And then it's very important to have bridge programs with the universities to make sure that the investment in nurturing and helping girls choosing STEM learning curricula is being further developed. So 14, 15 years old looks like a very good age to start. And what is helping is to have consistent programs, not only at the start of the seeding of this career in STEM, but also along the way, partnerships with universities, and then role modeling programs, and then different grants to stimulate innovation, career programs to attract people to attract girls in the company, and then dedicated programs to nurture their growth in the company. So I think thinking in 3 horizons is helping to have an effective way of attracting and developing them.
So 14, 15 you have mentioned. So
yes,
you don't think when your study shows that they start a lot of interest from 12, you don't think that it would be better to start work with them earlier?
Definitely, we have programs, and we start to work with women around 8 years old. But my personal experience is that looking at some programs I've been participating myself in the last couple of years is that they have the awareness developed very early, like 8 years, 10 years old, even 12, as you said. And then if you are attracting them in different competitions, in different programs in their own schools, and then you are partnering with universities. Then you raise their awareness. But definitely, as you met one single point. So you mentioned the data point, 12 years old. We have today a lot of ways to capture insights and data points. And I think research and specific research to a country or to an area, to a community is helping to have the right decision making.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Martina, you have mentioned that you have some kind of program for kids. So what is the optimum age for you in Deutsche Telekom?
Yeah, generally, and me personally, I'm looking for that topic from a different angle. To start to study, I think that from 12 to 14, and primary school, it definitely should start somewhere there. But I think that the first touch is from early childhood. And this is, as I have mentioned, the crucial part of the parents, because it's not about the study of the mathematics and the engineering and so on, but just to maybe talk to children that, look at the sky and the sun is, rising up and down, and why it is, just to bring to the closer that there is something going on around, and you can learn about that, and you can also influence something in the future. So I think that the first touch should start at the early childhood. Yeah, of course, we are not able, and not able, but we are not focusing to create some programs for the babies, but then we should start to work with the kids, and these are the programs and the workshops, and it's a lot of them we do for the kids, and we divide them into the smaller one and the elder one, and we try to attract and to bring to the closer the IT and the science in general, also for the kids. Mm-hmm. And maybe I would finish this age topic with the one quote of 12-year-old girl, and she told me that the science is enriching and we can find answers for almost questions thanks to the science. And I'm passionate and curious that once I can become a part of some team who can find important finding in the space, medicine, and biology. Science doesn't care about the gender. So this is the quote of the 12-year-old lady or the girl, and I think that it might be inspirational for all of the youngs.
Yeah, thank you, Martina. From time to time, we receive a question from different partners if we can start to run activities in kindergartens. So for us, it's also the daily topic. What is the optimum age? Alenka, how is it in Accenture?
Well, I believe that we have to start as soon as possible on the level of the elementary school. Basically, also to avoid creating differences in the progress between boys and girls. So I believe that we shall provide the opportunity to receive really the basics of the digital skills and computer science fundamentals to everybody as soon as possible. For example, in Slovakia, we are starting with computer science lessons at the 3rd grade. So I think that it's absolutely okay. And we have to really push for improvement of the quality of the lessons of computer science starting from the 3rd grade. Yeah, because often we are struggling because we don't have enough qualified computer science teachers. According to the last year's research, almost 40% of Slovak schools do not have a single teacher qualified to teach computer science. So that's why also the initiatives we are involved in are focusing on improvement of computer science education in general, starting from the elementary school.
Yeah, 3rd grade.
I believe that it's...
Yeah, 3rd grade, it's about 8 years old, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I think. Maybe I will also tackle a topic of involvement of parents, which we were mentioning before. I think this is also very important. And for example, we are organizing a dedicated event for girls called Skračaton, where they, for the first time, usually get in touch with coding. And we really organize this event with having in mind the need to involve parents and to explain them what the IT is actually about and what various types of roles it offers, and what is the perspective of the career and future in IT for their daughters and how they can support them in this. So this is also, I believe, very, very important.
Yeah, I think especially what is important in this young age is the feeling of security, because in the age of 8, the parents need to be sure where their daughters are actually now and what they are doing. So also for us, it's quite important. Zuzana, please, what's your opinion on this age question? If you're working with the children, what is the optimum age for you in Novartis?
So first of all, I would like to use the opportunity to congratulate my colleagues on all these beautiful initiatives that you are doing. It's fantastic. I took a lot of notes. We call this in Novartis Steal with Pride. So you don't always have to reinvent the wheel. So thank you for all these great ideas. So I approach it, I will give you my personal opinion about this topic. I agree with what Martina said. So we don't have to have always, a fancy program around this topic. It starts with the fact that, for example, in Novartis, you can bring your child to the office and your child will see, what you are working at. In headquarters in Switzerland, in Basel, we have a day specific for where you can bring your child, and they're around the campus activities where children can experiment, can do chemical experiments, they're producing soap, they can visit a lab. And if I'm thinking about this, my son is 6 years old, so I have a boy. But he wants to become a scientist. So I'm wondering sometimes, I brought him very often to my office, but I'm wondering sometimes, what the influence could have been. In reality, if I look at Novartis here in Slovakia, we start working with boys and girls. It's not specific to girls, but at the university age where they come to us to make a traineeship normally. So this is the age that we start with. But I think motivation, inspiration can start very early on.
Yeah, I think the crucial point is to find this attraction, how you can really attract and present the science or ICT to this age group, because once you have kept them, after then it's much more easy to work with those kids and really develop the ideas, especially for girls, but also for boys. Now I would like to move a little bit to results, because the results and KPIs and everything you are all aware in your companies, how important is for headquarters to receive every time very nice results. So when we are discussing about activities for attracting girls, what is up to you the ideal time? How much time is needed for companies to be able to estimate the first results of their activities? I would like to see when we can wait for the first results of activities you are running, and what are the criteria of the success. This is quite important also for us as an organization. Is it more marketing approach, so the visibility in media, or it's more HR approach, new talent hired, or maybe CSR outcomes? So the question is, how much time is needed for companies to be able to estimate the results, and what are the criteria of this success? Zuzana, please, if you can follow with these questions.
Yeah, it's not an easy question. We love KPIs, right? Sometimes, in these programs, it's difficult to identify the KPIs. But if we take traineeship, I think it's crucial. For example, if we hire somebody from a university who's a student for 3 months, to define very well what the scope is. So a KPI could be an outcome that you define in this 3 months, building a database, developing a patient campaign, for example, a virtual digital patient campaign. So it's more like soft outcomes, I would call them, because they will not generate sales or they will not have an impact on the P&L in such a short time frame. So I think, and then also, the KPIs have to be from both sides, in my view, right? So it's not only from our side, from a company perspective, but also what can the girl or the boy learn in this period of time. So these things, I think, are important. And it's more, as a pharmaceutical company, we don't communicate a lot in media. So I would say it's more an HR approach in our case.
Okay, thank you. I think HR approach, it should be the result we would like to have, everyone, to have really talented young people who can be hired to work on our projects, but often it's combined with marketing. Alenka, what about you in Accenture?
Mm-hmm. Well, especially for these very young girls, I would say that we do not expect anything on the top of the desired social impact. Yeah, we just want to be sure that our investments in this area are in line with our wider corporate citizenship strategy and bring tangible results within our program Skills to Succeed, which is running globally within Accenture. And within which we are actually equipping people with skills needed to thrive in a digital economy. And of course, the young generation is one of the target groups for us. So focusing on girls creates good basis to identify and support talent soon enough to enable further study and career orientation towards IT, but it is pure, I would say, CSR investment. Yeah, when you look at the higher age groups, there our corporate citizenship goals or CSR goals are more overlapping or partially overlapping with HR goals or marketing goals, brand awareness goals, but this is all very much interrelated. Yeah, if we want to build the brand awareness at the university, of course, we are potentially counting with having an initial touch with our potential employees among female students and so on. So it is really very much dependent on the type of the beneficiary group, and these objectives may be really very overlapping. Also, when we consider, for example, corporate citizenship strategy or CSR strategy, it is highly overlapping with our inclusion and diversity strategy. It is very much interrelated, and often you have to just connect the dots.
Yeah, I know that the answer is not really easy, as also Zuzana mentioned, that it's really a long time run. And sorry for this hard question, but we as the NGO are also focused to KPI, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Martina, what's your opinion? How is it happening in Košice?
Yeah, it depends on the program and the activity we are actually running. So investment we currently do for the young girls, it's obvious that we should expect after the years, after they maybe graduation, the secondary or the high school. But also, when it comes to the other activities like dual education and the activities we do and the campaigns we do for that, it's like an immediate effect, because if we are doing like a hiring campaign, so we expect that in months we will get the results and we can see the numbers, how many girls or what is the percentage from the applicants of the girls. So it depends on the program, and from our perspective, it's like a combination of the CSR activities and the HR approach, together.
Okay, thank you a lot. And Violeta, please, can you have one short answer?
Yes, I would agree with my colleague panelists. So thank you for that. It's a combination of CSR in our case as well, societal impact type of KPIs, looking at, the investment, what type of impact is driving and how much is contributing and is supporting, our mission in the market. So we look at reach, engagement level, and then how we are converting that into something more tangible along the years. So these are the main points we are looking at.
Okay, thank you a lot. Now, I would like very briefly touch the question of dual education. Dual education in Slovakia, as we all know, is connected mostly with the vocational high schools, and 80% of the whole program is focused on automotive and engineering professions. But one of the program focused on ICT is running by Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions in Košice. I think the biggest difference is that the program of Deutsche Telekom doesn't happen during the high school studies, but after. So I would like to ask Martina if she can briefly describe the basic differences between the standard dual program and those of Deutsche Telekom, and what are the advantages and the numbers of girls who can be attracted for such kind of programs.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much. The main difference is that we are dealing with the adults, with the students who already graduated secondary schools, and we are providing this dual education in cooperation with the secondary electrotechnical school here in Košice, and also in cooperation with the German Chamber of Commerce, because the program, as we have here in Slovakia, is the unique one. So it's a higher vocational study, and it is the same like in the Germany. So it's with the same criteria or everything what is in there. And also we have created our own education center, and it's a 3-year study, and the students are from the very beginning part of the teams of the business, and they in many cases really contributed, not just like a passive ones, but they are also doing at the real applications, and are also in the contact with the customers and do real IT. The practice from the whole study is the 70%, and after graduation, so they are becoming regular employees. Also based on the feedbacks from the managers who have our students within the team, so they also told us that they are very clever, smart, and valuable employees as another regular ones. So this like maybe the main differences on that. But yeah, for sure, it's that they are adults, and in comparison to the secondary dual programs, like is common in Slovakia, is that we don't need to deal with the parents, because they're after 18 and everything is going maybe smoothly. But of course, some other legal aspects are in there, because it's quite a different field of the study, and as we are the unique one, sometimes it's the lack of, advices between the companies, and how you deal with that. So we need to do by our own.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really interesting, this approach, and you can have really talented people after then working in your company. So I think this approach can be shared with other companies also as well. We are slightly approaching the end of the panel discussion. So please, my dear guests, I would like to ask you, if you can think and summarize, what would be your advices for our audience? If you should select 1 or 2 bullet points, what those would be for all of them who are listening us, what they should start to do or what they should avoid. Zuzana, what do you think is the most important from today's discussion?
Yeah, I think we heard great examples from big companies, big global companies, but I think key is, I hope one day we will not have these forums anymore, and we will just have leaders forums, and it's not necessary anymore to talk about female leaders and women supporting women, but it will just be natural, so that we don't have to talk about it anymore. And until then, it's our obligation, especially as female leaders as well. We heard also today that, some mentioned that sometimes the females are even tougher than the men, right? In hiring females, and they think they have to go through they have to learn it the hard way like we did, right? So, and I believe that we have an obligation to lead by example, to share our experiences, to support other women, and as a company to create also an environment where women want to work. So that's for me the key takeaway.
Yeah, thank you very much. Alenka, what is the most important for you?
Well, I believe that we have some way to go in some of the companies to understand why the diversity is important. And today there was a lot of discussion about that. And I think that we really have to promote this idea more. So it becomes a natural to expect that we have a gender diversity present at all levels. And it becomes a natural part of the overall business strategy of each company. And it must have this sponsorship across all levels within companies. And then the second point I wanted to say, and as we saw today in this panel discussion as well, I think that we need to have these comprehensive strategies to support it across various layers, across various beneficiary groups, either external, either internal, and really have a look at the tangible outcomes of what we are actually doing and in which activities we are investing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you a lot. Martina, please.
Yeah, my message would be that we have to look at the talent and potential instead of the gender. And I think that we should maybe speak more at different levels about the achievements in the science and the technology and the IT, what women have reached so far.
Thank you. And Violeta, the last thought? Yeah. Wait a second. I will share with Violeta. You have switch off your micro. We can't hear you.
So thank you very much for the great ideas to Zuzana, Lena, and Martina. And from my side, two thoughts. It's about intentionality in the organization. So establishing programmatic approach, consistency, resilience on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's about us ourselves as leaders being role models, and in the same time supporting women and people around us, and helping everyone to understand what power has diversity with inclusion in the long run, and pointing out the good outcomes, the strong examples around us, and being allies of the change and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these interesting thoughts. I would like to share with you the result of our Slido. So half of you in your companies and organizations are running the program together with boys and girls. Only the smaller part is running separately program for girls. And so for us, it's a result that we should work more with companies, because we need to highlight the importance of running the specific program for girls. Thank you very much. I don't know if you would like to use the Slido for questions. If no, so maybe we have the question, given demographic trends, what kind of programs do you have to encourage older women to reskill and upskill so that even they can have second and third career in IT? It's quite an important question concerning the demographic situation in Slovakia. I don't know who would like to answer.
I can take it, if I may.
Yeah, Violeta, and after that, Alenka. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Quite briefly.
Yes, so we have this Digi Women initiative, which I mentioned, dedicated for mature women. We started with maternity and parental leave, but we are also in other subsidiaries around the world. We developed it for mature women at their second or third career. So I think that is definitely doable, and we need to build on the strengths of these women and their experiences.
Okay, thank you very much. Alenka?
Yeah, the initiatives that we have targeting the adult women have no age limit. Yeah, so we are very glad if we have diverse groups also among participants of these new skilling programs. For example, now we are running the second edition of our internal program called Make a Change. And it was very successful already in the first edition, when we had around 20 new female colleagues coming out of this program. And I think that, well, this is the way how to proceed. Yeah, we just cannot wait until we have equal representation of female students at the IT majors at the universities. If we want to really attract more female talent, we have to work also with mature women, and regardless of the age.
Yeah, you are right. We are all getting older and older. It's really important. And the last question we can pick: what chances have women, young professionals, to reskill into STEM? I suppose this question is when we have the woman without a STEM background. Martina and maybe Zuzana after then, concerning the science field. What do you think, what are the chances of these women to get into science or ICT?
Martina, do you want to start?
Yeah, please, Martina.
Yeah, of course. I can start. as I have mentioned before, so it's about the talent, it's about the potential, and it's about the interest. I don't want to go for the boys and the girls, and I think that there are the equal chances for everybody. If you are once interested in that, let's do. Not just start to think about, but do it. Yeah. So I think that there are no boundaries and no borders whether we are women or a man.
Okay, thank you. And Zuzana, from the fields of science in general, what is your advice?
So I don't have a scientific background. I think I'm a good example. I studied business administration, and still I'm a general manager of a pharmaceutical company. So in Novartis, we look at capabilities and learning agility rather than what you have done in the past. So I think just leading by examples and sharing these examples will motivate others also to join, although they have no scientific backgrounds.
Okay.
If I may, maybe Petra add one more thing. It is not only about providing the opportunity to new skill somebody. It is really about providing opportunity of a job afterwards. Yeah, we really need to get these women to the job for which they were upskilled or new skilled. And we have to also understand that it is just the beginning of their new learning journey. Yeah, because sometimes the expectations are that once you go for a training course, then you can, work in the field as somebody who studied for 5 years at the university. Well, let's face it, it's not like that. But the companies must be ready and must provide these opportunities and be ready that they need to invest more into development of the hard skills of these women afterwards.
Yeah, and give them opportunity. I fully understand with you and fully agree with you. So, dear ladies, I would like to thank once again to being today with us. I would like to thank Zuzana Šačirovič, General Manager of Novartis Pharma Slovakia. I would like to thank Alena Kanabová, the Senior Manager and Corporate Citizenship Lead of Accenture Slovakia, Martina Šusterová, the Head of Education and Development Center of Deutsche Telekom IT Solutions Slovakia, and Violeta Luka, the General Manager of Microsoft Czech Republic and Slovakia. It was for me a very inspiring discussion. I hope that our audience could find some interesting outputs, ideas, whatever. And now have a coffee, because we will meet after the short coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are slowly approaching the end of our conference, and I believe that you are enjoying yourselves. And it's my great honor to welcome our next two panelists, Mr. Pavel Šajgalík, the president of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Welcome. And connecting remotely, Mirjana Krolo, the chief operating officer at IPTIC by Swiss Re. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. We all hold gender biases that are driven by our cultural stereotypes, and that's okay because that's natural and it's human. And I would like to start this panel discussion with a quote of former Harvard University president Lawrence Summers, who hypothesized that the shortage of women in certain disciplines could be explained by innate differences in their mathematical ability. That means, in other words, that he said that women have just limited capabilities, and that's the reason why they hold less senior jobs. After this statement, he had to resign from his position. What do you think of his opinion that was stated in 2005, Mr. Šajgalík?
I think that is fair to say that I disagree, and the reason for that is I'm a good example, I think, for this type of discussion, because my father died 11 years ago, and my father-in-law 40 years ago. That means I have two mothers, mother-in-law and my own mother. I have one wife, I have two daughters and two granddaughters. That means I am living in the female environment. And I think that he is not fair. Just one example, my younger daughter, she was excellent in mathematics in the secondary school. She was excellent in biology, chemistry, and physics. And in spite of these facts, she was studied theater because she liked it. That means I'm not able to say that the shortage of the women in this type of sciences is just because of the lack of the abilities. I think that they are much softer human beings as the men, and they like something else. My daughter is example. She could study mathematics without any problem, but she preferred to study the theater. I think that is this decision. And I have some statistics which I can prove my statement.
We will come to it later. Mirjana, what is your take on it? Would you agree with his opinion?
No, I would not agree. I respect his opinion. I mean, you know, it was his opinion. He received quite some criticism for it. But, you know, I cannot agree with it. And I'm kind of living proof that these things are not correct because I love mathematics since always as well. I love chemistry. And at the end of the day, I became IT engineer by profession, electrical engineer. So I was really following my dream. And just to build up on what Professor said, it's not that women are maybe softer, but maybe we are much more brave to follow our dreams.
Okay, so this opinion of Mr. Summers is not even valid today and was not valid back then.
Yes.
Do we have any studies or researches that are showing that mathematical abilities of women are as good as male mathematical abilities?
To be very honest, I'm not aware of these studies, but I can say that, for instance, in the Academy of Sciences, Slovak Academy of Sciences, we have plenty of women which are dealing with the mathematics, because we have an Institute of Mathematics in Slovak Academy of Sciences. By the way, the director of the Institute of Informatics is a lady. That means there is plenty of examples that you cannot say that the women are not able to do this type of science. And even of course, there are some other types of science which are much more attractive for the women, but we can speak about this later on.
Yeah, sure. Mirjana, would you like to add anything?
Yes, I can say from insurance perspective, basically, concretely in my company or through my entire professional life, I had the chance to cross my path with a lot of amazing women who actually followed their dream and they finished at the end this kind of studies. So they became different kind of risk analysts, actuarials in IT team. They became data scientists, working with the medicine, building different kind of risk models and achieving the same results as the male colleagues.
And I'm very
glad. When I was studying, it was a lot of women who are a lot of females who are my colleagues as well. And through my entire life in the IT industry, it was like, it's growing year by year, but I can say it's like roughly 30 to 40% representation at this moment of time.
In your company?
Yes, in our company as well. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but when we look at the history of personalities such as Macy Jemison, the first African-American female astronaut, or Maria Joppard-Meyer, whose most famous contribution to modern physics was discovering the nuclear shell of the atomic nucleus in 1963, or when we look at Jane Goodall, the famous female scientist, and many other STEM superstars, one might ask, where does this gender stereotype come from?
I think that one of the drawbacks for the women is because they need to bring the child on the earth. And I think that is the interruption which is necessary, and this interruption breaks the career. And usually the age of the women when they are doing this job is usually in the age when the men are in the most productive area of the scientific life. And I think this is a drawback, and we cannot avoid this, but I think that is a drawback, and that is maybe one of the reasons why the statistics for some type of research or the achieving, I don't know how many Nobel Prize winners we have so far.
Oh, I think 28 in the physics and chemistry, but I'm not 100% sure.
But anyway, definitely the men had much more Nobel Prizes. That means I think that is one of the reasons, because they have a shorter time for the career as a man. And I think this is a drawback.
Mirjana, do you think also that that's a drawback to bring up a child and be mother?
No, actually not, because I know many successful women who are as well at the same time very good mothers, and the fact they decided to have a children actually did not interrupt their career. But here I would bring one additional aspect, because if we are looking through the history, it's true, until 10 years ago, I would say not always the females had the same right like males. Even they were not allowed to vote. They did not have the access to higher education. And from the historical perspective, I guess this was the biggest drawback as such. And still, even in 21st century, there are a lot of gender stereotypes which are still alive. And because of that, I think, it's kind of responsibility of every family and school and society to change that.
Yeah, I agree on that. I would like to come back again to the history, because STEM fields are male-dominated. We would agree on that. And maybe one of the reasons is also that female success in the past in STEM fields was overshadowed by their male counterparts and male colleagues. So why didn't they receive recognition back then? What do you think, Mirjana?
I think it was mostly because of the society, and society was constructed on that way a few hundred years ago, or even less than that. The thing I mentioned it before, it was not woman's place to pursue the career in science. Her job was to stay home, to raise the family, and it was simply surrounding was like that. And I'm really happy to see that those things changed in the meantime.
I see a graph in your hand.
Yes. I have some statistics, because the Slovak Academy of Sciences is divided to the 3 sections. And the first section is, we call it as a non-living nature, in majority cases physics, technical sciences, and so on. The section number 2 is a living nature. And section number 3 is social sciences and humanities. And when we are speaking about the new generation, this is about the students in the PhD study. And you can see, here is the numbers. Section number 3.
Can I show it to the camera?
Section number 1, it's the much less women.
Section number 1, this is section number 1?
No, here, this one.
Okay.
Section. It's women, it's much lower percentage or number as a man. When you are going to the section number 2, you can see that the women are prevailing in comparison to the men. And section number 3, social sciences and humanities, is less, but still the women are in the majority. That means, I think that is the, I don't believe that this young generation is keeping some historical backgrounds which make this distribution. I think that is a natural. The people just like it. And that is why I'm saying that I think that the ladies or women, they have the same abilities, but the final decision is moved to the much softer sciences. That is my opinion.
Yeah, humanity sciences, and maybe because it is also proven that they are better in verbal skills and they perform better in reading and writing.
Right. And also in the chemistry or biology, they are much more precise as a man. They have a much larger patient as a man. And I think that is which naturally moved them to this type of sciences. It's not the brain ability, definitely not.
I would also like to hear your view, Mirjana. Why do you think there are so many women in, for example, medicine or biological sciences?
I really like to believe that every and each human being is capable to follow their dream, and actually really to follow it as such without listening other people to tell them what they have to do. You know, is it mathematics? Is it medicine? Is it biology or some other science? You know, it's a science at the end of the day. And we should not have that strict look that only mathematicians count as such. But just one maybe information, I'm not sure if you are aware, but in most of the insurance company, let's say actuarials position are taken mostly by women, which is pure mathematics.
Maybe I would like to concentrate again to the graph number 1. This is a very good perspective for the Slovak Academy of Sciences, because this is the number of women which are studied in the Slovak Academy of Sciences as PhD students.
But what majors?
Doesn't matter. And this is the men. That means we have a larger number of women who are our next generation of our researcher. In present, of course, it's different, but this is the future, and I think that is very perspective for us.
Yeah, future is very important, indeed. That's right. I found another study which suggests that at the age of 8 years, girls tend to lose their interest in maths and science and are maybe turned away from, you know, these subjects and tend to prefer reading and writing and have other hobbies. Why do you think girls are losing the interest in maths and science? Is it due to their family background or gender stereotypes or our traditions?
I'm not a very good candidate for the answer because my both daughters, they didn't lose the abilities. Of course, you are right that in some age you can see the preferences. And my older daughter, she has a preferences much more in the literature. Anyway, she was studied architecture in the technical university. That means she's still in the technical sciences. But it was visible. My younger daughter, doesn't matter. She was, as I have mentioned, till her age when she needs to make the decision which university she will study. She has opened all the world. I don't think so that this is the truth, at least based on my own experience.
Because you're a scientist, so maybe you were motivating your children to pursue career in certain fields.
I was not very successful. When I asked my daughters whether they don't like to go to study material science, which is my background, or physics or chemistry or something like that, both of them say no, without any discussion.
So you were not an influence.
I'm not a very good influencer, yes.
Mirjana, why do you think that small girls are losing their interest in maths and science at a very early age, 8 years to 12 years?
But maybe they simply like to be focused on something else between 8 and 12. But based on the graph that Professor just showed, the future looks quite different, meaning that later on they are gaining that interest. And I think we should be looking how to boost that and really how to encourage them even to do more. Because as well, if I'm looking at my personal perspective, I wanted to be a lot of things when I was between 12 and 16, from architect, journalist, doctor, just name it. I was changing my mind every 2 weeks, what I wanted to be. But then at the end of the day, I became an engineer. So.
Me too. I wanted to be a dentist, then a runner, tennis player, and I ended up in a marketing school.
Yeah,
eventually.
I wanted to be even the astronaut at the same point, at one point of time, and the lawyer. Depends, which kind of TV show they were showing at television.
So we are discussing the abilities of girls and boys, and there was a very interesting study conducted by Professors Thomas Breda of the Paris School of Economics and Clotilde Knapp of Paris Dauphine University, who were analyzing data on how 300,000 teenagers across 64 countries performed on math and reading tests. And they found that there was just a little gap when they were examining the maths test. There was a standard deviation of only 10%, which is suggesting just a slight gap. So that would actually mean that girls are as capable as boys when it comes to fields like science and mathematics. So why aren't they pursuing their careers in STEM?
It's very hard to answer. I have another statistic, which maybe is going closer to this statement. In Academy of Sciences, we have approximately, it's a 49% of women and 51% of the men who are dealing with the research. I think that is a very good ratio of this. But when we are going to the directors, it's slightly changed. And we have a 60% of men and 40% of women. I think, and this is something which is going to your question. And the answer I don't know, but we need to really push the women to these positions.
Senior positions.
Yes, senior position, because I was 14 years a director of the Institute of Inorganic Chemistry. And we have there 5 departments. And when the department was decreased, the number of women, the department start to going wrong. And I think that is very important for the atmosphere, for the working environment. It's very, very important to have a certain portion or equal portion of both gender, and it brings much higher performance. And I think that is going back to this. It's very important to start to teach the people and to push the ladies to these positions.
And to have diverse environment, of course. How does it work in your company, Mirjana? Do you have diverse teams or female leaders?
Yes, we have it. I'm one example of them. And in Swiss Re, we are really committed to gender equality topic. And actually, gender equality is one of our top global inclusion and diversion topics, where we actively engage in constructive dialogue and really trying to increase the number and percentage of the females in STEM area in general, but as well at the leadership positions. For example, I'm proud to say that I have me plus 3 additional managers in my team, and all 4 of us are females. So. Yeah. It's possible to do it, but it's here as well. This is the responsibility of every and each company, because with the diverse teams, you are getting different kind of perspectives.
Maybe it's also need to say almost the same statistic is valid because we are living on the projects. One point is a manager position, and the second point is a project leader. It's not always the same persons. And when you are going to this, it's again 60-40 in favor of the man. I don't know why it's so. The project leaders, we have a 60% of men as a project leaders. And I don't think that is the good ratio. We need to go to the 50-50 at least.
50-50 at least, that's right. Maybe it could be explained by self-efficacy or self-esteem and self-confidence. What do you think? I mean, self-confidence of men, of course. Higher self-confidence of men.
We have the women in mine environment, I mean, Slovak Academy of Sciences, mainly it's a mine environment. We have self-confident women. I think that is not a problem. I'm still staying on my statement, which was not accepted generally, that I think that in the age when the career is really going up, is blowing up, the women stay with the children. Of course, it's still a lower portion, and even the position in the family is going to be much more equal. Anyway, I think that is the crucial point, because when you have 2 children and you will get back in 4 or 5 years back to the institute, your colleagues are
surpassing you.
Yes. And you need to fight a lot to get a self-confidence to submit the project, because when you are a part of the team, it's much easier. Do it, my colleague. I will be a part. I will not be a leader. And to get this position is much more difficult. I think that is the point in which we can help a lot as managers of these institutes.
Mirjana, you did not agree on this view initially. Maybe you have some special policies on work-life balance that can help women to not only get back to their jobs, but also pursue managerial positions. Is that right?
Yes, we have it. Yeah, that's correct. We have it beside the diversity and inclusion. We have as well policies about the work-life balance, keeping the work-life balance, and especially taking care of the colleagues who are on maternity leave, and ensuring that once when they are back, they will be placed at the proper position, and make sure, with the help of all the other colleagues, that they will manage to catch up with the time they spend home. And based on my experience, it usually takes maybe a month, bit more than a month before they are back at their old performance and level of knowledge.
Yeah, it's good to hear that. And we have one question on Slido for you, Mr. Šajgalík. What policies for women returning from maternity leave have Academy of Science? Has Academy of Science?
We are in the position that we like to create for the women which are on the maternity leave, to give them a chance to bring the small children at the academy, and we like to create some nursery or something like that who will take care about the children. We are in the beginning point. It's not so far. Point number 2 is, of course, that the women after the maternity leave, they are getting back to the same team as was before. It's something like without interruption. And of course, the scientific work is not a work in the shop when you need to be 24 or 8 hours a day. Of course, our women on the maternity leave, they are still in touch with the team. They are still a part of the team with much less duties, much less outputs, but anyway, they are still in the touch. But when the question is very direct, we have any special politics for the women which are getting back from the maternity leave?
I would like to get back to the gender stereotypes because we just slightly touched upon it, but I would like to elaborate on it a little bit. Do you think that the negative cultural stereotypes about girls' abilities in math and science can actually lower their aspirations?
I disagree that they have a lower ability, and that means I don't agree that this is the reason for the lower aspirations. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned, I knew, or I know, sorry, I know a lot of women in mathematics. Sorry,
if you need to take a break, yes, that's okay. And we will continue in the meantime with you, Mirjana. So, do you think that it can actually, that the stereotypes and gender bias can actually turn them away from pursuing a career in STEM fields?
Not really if the families and schools and education in general will play their role at the beginning. And then afterwards, if all the companies are manage this on a proper way with the proper policy.
And you wanted to.
Yeah, that means we have really plenty, especially in the mathematics is a good example. We have in our Institute of Mathematics, I haven't have any statistic with me, but we have plenty of excellent mathematicians in our institute. And I think that is a good example that women are, I think, the part of the women have an excellent ability for the abstract thinking, because mathematics, in principle, you need to have abstract thinking, and this is the direct proof that they have, in some senses, in some special areas of mathematics, much better results as the man. And I think that is something. I'm not a specialist to study why it's so, but it's a matter of the fact which we can see. I think that is
that's interesting.
Excellent way, and really it's something which helps us a lot. Another point of which you need. And I think that is a very good positive discrimination, because even in the STEM sciences, when you are submitting the European project, you are asking how many colleagues which are women are on the board of your project. And I think that is a very good push for us. But the mathematicians is an excellent example that it's clearly the same ability. Everybody knows the Maria Bielikova. Maria Bielikova is in the informatics, and it's excellent lady. And I can count a lot of others. I think that ladies are excellent for science, even for the STEM science.
Mirjana, do you think that it can turn away girls from pursuing STEM fields if they don't get the support of their, for example, not just family, but universities and male colleagues at work?
I don't know, maybe I'm a bit stubborn as a person, but I would say no. Because as I mentioned it at the beginning, it's very important to follow your dream. And, you know, I can speak from my professional experience because I am a woman. I was studying IT. I have worked in a big global corporation and I had the opportunity to see a lot of women who are actually quite successful in STEM area. Plus here we should maybe emphasize even more mentoring sessions and actually us women playing a bit of more role model for the young generation and encourage them and, you know, to show them by example that it can be done.
Maybe I'm still not answering correctly, but for me, I'm not a big fan to have a special courses for the women just to go to the STEM. I think that is, we need to, of course, give all the young generation the possibility and to push them or support them, but to make some differences that this, we will have a special courses because you are not good enough and you need to go to the course and then you can follow in the STEM career. I don't believe on that. I think that it will be considered much more negative as a positive.
So don't you think it's positive discrimination to provide women with mentoring schemes and introductory courses?
But to split them from the men, I think that is not a good way. I think that just to, as you said, of course, to have a certain supercritical number of the women in the group, but not to separate them from the men, because
maybe providing introductory courses may be perceived by women as some sort of we are not good enough, so we need some mentors to guide us through the process.
Yes, exactly. From my point of view, it's very important that this courses for the mixed groups is leading by the women. I think that is much more better as something else.
You were mentioning that women are better in some cognitive abilities, and I found a study which is implying that men are always outperforming girls and women in tests of spatial skills, that men are better in spatial skills or in the area of spatial skills. Why do you think are men better in 3D drawing or in, working with engineering, some engineering programs on computers? Is it due to the toys that we used to play with when we are small children, Lego versus dolls and Barbies, or
yes,
what's the reason for that?
Okay, everything has some consequences. I agree with that. Of course, maybe my view is a bit deformed because I'm in the environment in which, as I have shown, it's 50% of very ambitious women with good scientific abilities, and maybe I'm not speaking about the general population. Maybe it's right, but it's true that any career is good for the person who is able to do it. For instance, to be a soldier, we have much more men in this business as a women. On the other hand, maybe the nurses, we have much more nurses as a man, because it's just given by the sort of the work which they are performing. On the other hand, I'm not quite sure that I said that some abstract thinking, it's also the part of the ability of the women, and I'm not completely sure whether you are right with this, that the
spatial skills,
spatial fields, and playing with the dolls and playing with the Rubik cube or whatever makes the boys
superior.
Superior. I'm not sure whether it's true.
What is your perspective, Mirjana? Does the childhood and upbringing has something to do with our then future abilities when we grow up?
This is a really hard one, and I do not have the answer on this question. I really don't know.
I am asking you guys because I came across a very interesting case study about Debbie Sterling, and she's a female engineer from Stanford University, and she designed a prototype of a construction doll for a construction toy for girls, and no one wanted to give her money for her project because everybody said that, or the toy manufacturer said that it won't sell because construction dolls or construction toys for girls, they just don't sell. And she proved that they were wrong because she was able to raise $1 million within 5 days after putting the prototype on Kickstarter. So what is this telling us about our parents or about toy manufacturers? If we invest more energy, or if we are trying to get rid of the stereotypes and gender bias at the early age, maybe we would, produce more successful female scientists, don't you think?
Definitely, of course, some special treatment is always beneficial for anything. When you like to have a downhill skiing professional or tennis player or whatever, you need a special treatment. Of course, when you like to have a career of your children in some way, you need to give them the special treatment. But anyway, I think this can help, but it's not the only thing. The interest of this young person needs to be in the special field, and you can just open the door. And as I said before, I think that the women have the same ability as the men. And now comes to my mind a good example. Maybe you have heard about the Ruzena Bajci. Ruzena Bajci is of Slovak origin, and she's very successful engineer in the Stanford, and she is in the area of informatics. And it's an excellent example. And she was not special treated. She just came to the USA, and she started to work and start her career.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Mirjana, what do you think are the personality traits or special abilities of modern scientists of the 21st century? Because we were talking a lot about physics and chemistry and mathematics, but maybe there are also other abilities that are very important for the teams or for the career of a modern scientist.
Here, I would vote for emotional intelligence as one of the key abilities that needs to be developed as well. It's quite often ignored, but this is definitely, from my point of view, one of the key things that needs to be developed.
What do you think, Mr. Šajgalík?
I'm sorry, I was not concentrated. I was reading the Slido.
You were reading Slido. I was just wondering, because we were discussing mathematical abilities and physics and chemistry and all these very, very tough majors. But what does it take for a scientist, modern scientist of 21st century to be successful? What personality traits or what capabilities should such a person have?
From my point of view, is the most important is creativity. Of course, you need to have a very good background. You need to be well educated. But then, when you have enough knowledge, then you need to start to play. And that is, in my opinion, this is a science. And of course, at the beginning, you need to study a lot. You need to have a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. And then you can be a very good scientist when you have a creativity. And of course, what is very important, to have another view as the majority of the population. You need to find another angle to look to the problem or to something else. I'm not saying nothing new. Einstein was a typical example of the person, because we have, or the generation of his age has the view on our material environment in one way, and he was looking from the another one, and that is very important. But for this, you need to have a knowledge, another point of view or angle of view, and creativity to create a new theory, create something new, a new vaccine. Doesn't matter what you are looking for.
And artistic skills maybe are also important.
Of course.
When we are talking about engineering or product development, product design.
My background is ceramics. And in principle, it's something like you have a palette of colors, and you need to change the proper colors for the special application of your material for which you are developing. That is something like that. That means really artistic skills are very important.
And as you were saying, and you were mentioning Mr. Einstein, all the mathematical work was doing his wife, Mileva Maric, who was a genius, genius in math, so they were a good couple.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we're going to take another question from Slido. Do you think that the pandemic is going to have some positive impact in terms of attracting more women to science? Public is giving higher esteem to scientists. Mirjana, what do you think?
This is the hard one, I would say. I really do hope that there will be some positive aspects from the entire pandemic and that this might be one of them. And even if we are looking at the current vaccine development, there are women who are standing behind some of them. So it's a good sign, I would say.
What do you think?
From my point of view, the pandemic is in principle negative event which has happened. From the other side, help a lot to the science as a global in the world. That means the science will be taken much more seriously into account. And in connection to the woman or women, I would say that is a pity, at least in Slovakia, it's a pity, that in majority cases, the persons who represents our achievements in this sense are the men, and behind them are plenty of very skillful, intelligent women, and we need to bring them on the stage, because without them, this success will be not achieved. And I think that is very important to bring these women which are behind on the stage. And then we will have a chance to attract more women to the science.
So the role models, as we tend to say, they are very important, and we have to emphasize the role models.
Exactly.
And also, when we're talking about the pandemic, it's always a good idea to let the word or let speak the scientists and not the politicians, right? When they are talking about the outcomes of the testing and, doing some forecasts.
I'm always saying when it's a garambolage between the politics and the science is always a bet.
Yeah, but that's a different discussion, of course. Yes. Okay, one question for you, Mirjana. How can women in small businesses supporting space and technology empower one another to succeed? That's a tough one. What do you think? Just your personal view.
First of all, my personal view is, I guess, first of all of us as a society, we should be, beside the fact that we are sharing a lot of success stories there, as well, we should be able to share I will not call them failures, but rather lesson learned from our mistakes. And we as a company, we are really encouraging this. And for example, in Switzerland, we are part of the program of the foundation, supporting foundation, where we are honors female founders of the small enterprises, and our group COO, she's one of the jury members for that. And we, through our social network channels, we are actually giving a lot of publicity to that. So with the positive promotions, I guess lots of things can be achieved.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We just need to bring the light to positive success stories and positive situations and positive programs that are empowering and supporting women, of course.
Always good examples are attracting. I think that is the best way how to increase the number of the small enterprises, whatever. The good example.
We have only 2 minutes left, so I would kindly ask you to wrap up maybe the most vital points of our discussion. So what should we take away from our panel, Mr. Šajgalík? Just briefly in 3 points.
From my point of view, we really, I have no fear about the future, because really the number of the women which are going in the way to the science is high enough. Only what we need to give them the chance, to support them, to be leaders. That is very important, because the leadership is extremely important for the success, And when we have a balance in leadership between these genders, I think that is the best situation. I think that is only way what we need to do. We have enough women in the science, but we need to support them to go to the leadership positions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mirjana?
I think we should learn even more how to enable each other. And here doesn't matter, are we talking about girls, are we talking about boys? We should really encourage providing the equal chance to everyone and really learn how to enable each other to achieve even more.
Thank you very much for being part of this panel discussion. It was very inspiring, and I wish you all the best. Bye. Have a great day. Thank you very much again.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we are at the end of our conference dedicated to women in business. We looked at the untold stories of very interesting female scientists and engineers and IT specialists. And I hope that you enjoyed our program, our panel discussions, our opening remarks and presentations. I would like to summarize 3 key points that I think should be perceived as the key takeaways. So we should emphasize strong and visible role models of women in math and science fields. We should also provide professional education to teachers, addressing implicit and systematic biases to raise awareness about girls' math abilities, avoid passing on math and anxiety, and ensure boys and girls are held to the same standards. And we should also prioritize diverse, inclusive, and respectful environments and strong, diverse leadership. I would like to thank our partners, our media partners, and also our bronze partner, Emerson, silver partners, Accenture, Faurecia, and Roche, and our main partners, Citi, Deutsche Telekom, IT Solutions, Microsoft, Novartis, and Swiss Re, for being part of our conference. And I hope to see you again next year on the 4th edition of Women in Business. Thank you for watching, and I wish you all the best. Bye.